draw everyone in. The lads can get over talking about who had what for school lunch yesterday. We'll reconvene the DPR meeting from December. I just want to again revisit and reiterate the process that we're going through. We're currently discussing the draft plan, which, if approved by the or recommended by the DPR subcommittee and approved by council, would become a proposed plan that is then subject to a formal submission process. In a sense, we almost start all over again, and there's the opportunity for anyone affected or with thoughts on the plan to formally submit to it, and there's an opportunity to go through a whole process before it would become the adopted plan. So there's been a lot of good feedback from ratepayers come to councillors, and we appreciate the work that people are doing. We appreciate the gravity of the decisions that we're being asked to make over people's private property. However, we do have to work through the process, and hopefully the process will deliver an outcome that is suitable to our community. Just further to that, there are virtually a full turnout of councillors today, but when it comes to voting on any proposals, that will only be done by the members of the DPR subcommittee. Other councillors are totally entitled to attend and speak, but they do not have voting rights. Correct. That they will when it goes to full council, but not in the subcommittee role. I'm going to ask our planning manager, Mr. Campbell, to set the scene a little bit. But what I propose today is we're reconvening, and we previously finished up on page 307, members, but before we return to work through that, we parked up the SASM chapter prior to Christmas because Okaha wanted more time to look at some stuff. I believe that has been completed. So I propose that once Mr. Campbell has given us a bit of an update, we will return to the SASM chapter in our program. David?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So further to the previous December 2023 agenda, there's been sort of a couple more items sort of added, which does include the sites and areas of significance to Maori overlay mapping. So that's item L2, I think it's page 4 on the new agenda. So the mapping reconsideration by iwi was as a result of landowner requests and feedback. So they have done that as part of that draft plan review process. They've also indicated that, and this was also conveyed at the meetings throughout the district last year, that any further requests through the submission process they will also reconsider. So this is not the final version. It's just to say, look, we've responded to those that did give feedback and wanted reconsideration. There's a handful of maps here that they've redrafted and been very open to say throughout the formal submission process they've undertaken to do the same for any further requests. Obviously doesn't guarantee that things will change, but what we can see here is that they have reconsidered where it's been refined, and generally those areas have reduced in scale as well. So that's probably a good one to start with today, is aligns with the chapter that we parked. We also have our consultant Chloe, who gave advice on the chapter itself online to answer any questions, so we could start that part of the, or recommence that part of the agenda, and then go back to the medium density housing we finished on last time, as Councillor Thompson mentioned.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. The first thing that we need to do as a subcommittee is resolve to accept this additional information that has come through. So I'm happy to move from the chair that we accept this late information. Does a member of the subcommittee wish to second that? Thank you, Councillor Linwood. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried.
Okay, so the, let me just grab that page. So the chapter that we parked last time, sites and areas of settlements to marry, starts on page 255, I think, of the agenda. So it's just back a wee bit from where we finished last time on page 307, I think it was. So we can kick off with that chapter and then go back to the medium density and carry on down the list. So happy to take any questions on that chapter, and we have Chloe online too to respond if needed.
Members are cognizant that we've received a lot of submissions on this overlay. So is anyone got something specific that they wish to raise at this stage? Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, there are some things I want to raise, but right now I'm just trying, can planners just help me? My notated pages go back to the 18th of December. What page was the SASM chapter in the 18th of December meeting, please?
It starts at page 255 on that agenda.
Does it?
One, I'll go.
Oh, yes, it does too. Thank you. Mr. Chair, I would like to move an amendment to that would apply throughout policies and rules in this chapter, where, for instance, on page 260, looking at policy 8, it currently reads Mahika Kai activities enable mana whenua to undertake Mahika Kai activities in identified waihi tupuna in accordance with tikanga. Now, I would move in that policy and subsequent policies referring to undertaking of activities that the words public space are inserted between identified and waihi tupuna. And somebody's willing to second that, even pro forma. I'll speak to why I'm making that suggestion.
Is there an appetite within the subcommittee? Thank you for seconding that, Councillor Percival.
I was just speaking to it. My view is that, as I understand it, I have been advised that the law of trespass will take precedence over provisions in the plan. Now, whether the plan will actually say that or not, I don't know, but that should provide some reassurance to people that access to privately owned land is not absolute or unilaterally guaranteed. The insertion of the words public space, in my view, reflects what the Crown has done with treaty settlements. Members will know that with regard to treaty settlements, the Crown has actually said that privately owned land is off the table in terms of settlements. And I can't think of any treaty of Waitangi. Now, that's sale and compensation, admittedly, but equally, I cannot think of any treaty settlement that has unilaterally offered access to privately owned property as an element or component or provision of the treaty settlement. if you think about the debate and argument that's gone on here, and if you look at section 6 and the need to amplify and enhance access to waterways and coastal margins and so forth, and you take into account the fact that I don't think a local authority should exceed the remit that the Crown has imposed upon itself with regard to dealing with treaty settlements, then you might understand why I'm proposing to introduce those two words, public space, in the policies and rules in this chapter.
Thank you for that. Is there anyone else want to express any opinions on that? Mayor Kircher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, just a question as to where the public space includes like Queen's Chain type areas as well. And I'd also like to get a response from staff just to understand what their thinking is on it. I certainly support the idea, just want to be clear on implications.
Would you like to respond, Mr. Campbell?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. We've just got to be careful around the two different aspects here. One is the RMA obligations versus the treaty settlement obligations. So what this is saying is providing the policy referred to as providing the opportunity to undertake those activities where it's identified. And it's no different to hunter wanting to go and shoot deer on the hills on a private land. They would still have to go and ask permission, that type of thing. So it's no different to that aspect. This is just saying those activities were historically happened in some of those parts, and some of them will be on private land. They've indicated clearly and throughout meetings with landowners and council that that would happen only by way of permission. So it's much the same as someone wanting to go and hunt deer or something on a private land. So it doesn't afford any more rights than as Councillor Hopkins indicated in terms of trespass, etc. So it's an enabling policy. It's not one that guarantees access or land rights, that type of thing. Such.
So if it's a policy to enable, why then does it not say with the landowner's permission?
Yeah, like a lot of these things, it doesn't require that when there's other laws that deal with that. So we're only saying implementing the Act to enable this type of thing to happen in accordance with the Act, bearing in mind any other treaty settlement matters are separate to that in terms of Crown land side of it. But it's just saying, and to meet the purpose of the Act, we've put in these policies that reflect that, and all the other laws on the land are still applicable.
I totally accept that and I understand it. I'm playing devil's advocate on behalf of a lot of ratepayers who are concerned that their property rights are being undermined, and we need to be very clear and explicit in what we're saying here, surely. Katrina?
Thank you. Just through the chair, I just remind elected members that Rule 1 does actually identify, it sets out that the provisions in this rule do not override the provisions of the Trespass Act 1980, and there is no general right of public access across private lands. That is explicitly stated within that particular rule.
Thank you for that. Councillor Buckler and then Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you. Just for the planning team, with respect to the policy to enable, how does that link back to the access chapter and designations, or I don't know if designations is quite the right word that I'm looking for, but I think you understand what I mean on marginal areas of waterways and such like. So what's the link between that policy and that chapter?
If I may, Mr. Chair, so the RMA talks about the maintenance and enhancement of public access under section 6, and that's to and along the coastal marine area, lakes and rivers. So that's an explicit provision that we've incorporated in the plan in those chapters that you referred to. In many cases, they will overlap this Mahinga Kai one, because often the Mahinga Kai activities are in coastal areas, rivers, lakes, etc. So there may not be any need to use private land to access those areas. But in the odd occasion, it might be required, and as the team have pointed out, there's the trespass provisions there that spell that out as well. So yeah, they all interrelate. This is just being explicit around giving effect to the particular Mahinga Kai activities that we're required to.
Councillor Hopkins.
Look, I do thank officers for the clarification, and I think it is, and I appreciate the fact that they have drawn attention to Rule 1 and the italicised comment incorporated in that rule. What I think that does underline is that, in fact, a clarification in the policies would not either contradict that expressed view, but would simply make it clearer, and be perfectly happy to work with committee members or subcommittee members and officers to refine the wording. And I noticed Gary questioning, or Mia raising the question of the Queen's Chain. I felt the words public space sufficiently encapsulated these areas, but we can define those further with like riparian margins, including riparian margins, the Queen's Chain, and other publicly owned property, or however you wish to, if you like, massage that. But the point is, when we go to submission, we can either go to submission with just what is in Rule 1 and nothing else, or we can add these words or something similar to them into the policies and have people then submit on those. If, for the sake of argument, agents of the Crown wish to argue that the RMA binds local authorities to an extent greater than the Treaty of Waitangi binds the Crown in terms of partnership, that's an argument they can run at the time, and which we would have to consider with an open mind. But given what is in Rule 1, I would argue that the addition of the words or some variation of the words I've suggested would not either contradict it or undermine it, but would simply reinforce the message that is explicitly communicated in Rule 1.
Thank you. Maybe a suggestion might be that those clarification note under Rule 1 could in fact go up into the user notes box on page 257, which is kind of at the start of the for all the objectives and policy. So it would be clear from the outset around those access provisions, and maybe even stipulate matter Councillor Blackler raised about the access provisions are already there for Eastern Reserves, that type of thing as well. So it'd be clear that the preference is that's used, and then the last resort, if they need to cross private land, then there's permission required and Trespass Act applies. So they could be upfront and just spelled out that that takes precedence. Then we wouldn't need to maybe change the objectives and policies, as Councillor Hopkins suggests, because it's kind of just spelled out there without sort of going down into detail on each policy or objective about public land versus private.
Your response, Councillor Hopkins?
Well, Mr. Chair, I'm perfectly happy for that to be an alternative, and I'm just wondering procedurally what we might do now. If we are going to do what David has suggested, and I think it would achieve the same objective, which is clarification rather than an attempt to undermine intent, then I simply wonder how I'm more than happy to withdraw the motion. But I think what we need to do is have a second motion, something along the lines that a set of words be included in the user notes. Is it, David? A set of words be included in the user notes outlining the limitations of access and the areas to which access would apply in accordance with the Trespass Act. So, in fact, I think I've just successfully moved the alternative resolution. So anyone wants to second that,
we'll take that as the amendment to your original motion. Councillor Percival is the seconder. You're happy to second that? So I think we've canvassed the topic pretty well for members of the DPR in favour of that motion. Are you?
I think he needs to read it again.
So can you repeat for the governance advisor.
Yes, right. I have moved that a set of words be included in the user note in the sites and areas of significance to Maori chapter of the draft district plan, outlining the limitations on access and the areas where access would apply in accordance with the law trespass as set out in Rule 1 of the chapter.
Just a point of clarification, just to avoid any element of doubt, it needs to be worded the proposed district plan.
Oh, sorry, yes, yes. Thank you, Tim. Tim's absolutely right, and I say that for everyone in Federated Farmers knows.
Thank you, councillors. Well, without anything further, I will put that to the members of the subcommittee. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried.
Mr. Chair, I do have another question, and maybe I haven't seen it, so and apologies if that's an omission or an error on my part. But I do notice in policy 5, this reference to agricultural intensification with regard to limestone outcrops, and we did discuss the meaning of those words, and I think we've arrived at we're lighted upon a new definition. Is that correct? Can officers share that with us, please?
Thank you, Rachel.
So, Chair, new definition is intensification in relation to the ecosystems and indigenous biodiversity chapter, natural features and landscapes chapter, and sites and areas of significance Māori chapter means change from non-irrigated farm production, including plantation forestry, to irrigated agricultural production on land that is not currently irrigated. It also includes any change from irrigated crop and seed production to dairy farming.
I'm not satisfied with that amendment. I'm sorry. I think this insistence that irrigation equals intensification is not automatically and absolutely correct. And it doesn't actually accord with an effects-based RMA.
I would tend to agree with you, councillor, that the technological advances in irrigation are such today that we're not talking about pouring huge amounts of water indiscriminately on land. So I would certainly be keen to see a better description.
Yeah, I guess with that one was canvassed a lot at the last meeting and will be subject to submissions. So I think we leave it to that process to unravel it. We could spend hours debating it and taking words in and out, but I think for the purpose of moving forward, it's one that will get further comment and submission challenge. So I think we just do our best at keeping it in there and see how it unfolds through that process.
Councillor McCone?
I would actually disagree with that suggestion, though, in the relation that this is being imposed on ratepayers, and I think we've got to get it the best we can right from the start. And then, because at the moment it doesn't stack up in my mind, and I think we should have another crack at getting it right before we put it out to the public.
Any other councillors want to express a view? Mr. Cook would like to express a view.
Mr. Chair, didn't we arrive at that definition through the previous meetings, and therefore it's been approved at the previous meetings, and it was agreed in the context of the chapters we were discussing at those meetings? We're now looking at changing that as we've got a new chapter in front of us. So we need to consider how that has implications for what's already been approved.
I think what the word discussions, Mr. Cook, on trying to redefine or be more explicit about what intensification, but I believe that was left to officers. It wasn't this wording of the subcommittee. I stand to be corrected if we revisit the previous minutes, but Mr. Campbell?
Yeah, just going back to the previous definition, it was a lot wider, included direct drilling, cultivation, top dressing, oversowing and irrigation. So we've taken out quite a lot from the starting point. And there is a direct correlation between irrigation on dry land farming and allowing further intensification of it. So it really only is going to kick in when it touches on those overlays, which were in fairly limited areas, and most of the irrigation potential has been realised either in those areas so they are irrigated, or in dryland areas there's probably limited opportunity to further irrigate, according to advice from Environment Canterbury. So where there's irrigation changes, it's probably not going to affect those in terms of converting from water dike to overhead sprinklers, that type of thing, but it's really just touching on those dryland areas, which are going to be fairly limited in potential from the advice we've had. But we have taken out a lot of the other agricultural practices, so it's a very narrow definition now.
I accept and appreciate that. My concern is that if we're too prescriptive now, we preclude advances that are continuing to take place. I'd also suggest when you talk about areas are currently irrigated, that may be using older technology, and the new technology will increase the efficiency of the water available. Therefore, the farmer would be looking to irrigate more of his property in a targeted fashion. So, look, I don't want to spend all morning arguing the benefits of irrigation, but I do believe that we need the implications of this plan are have major implications on the way some of our ratepayers are going to be able to conduct their business. So we need to try at this stage and get it as right as possible.
Well, Mr. Chair, I'm tempted simply to say, let's take irrigation out of the definition altogether. And I know officers will push back vigorously on that matter. I am satisfied that we have provisions with the rules in relation to irrigation, and even for the sake of argument with regard to looking specifically at the SASM chapter at the moment, we have rules regarding amenity tree planting or shelter belts, provided they're not within 100 metres of a limestone escarpment. So it would seem to me to be quite possible to have prescriptions or limitations on certain activities in proximity to other identified features or overlays or landscapes, without necessarily generically and universally saying irrigation equals intensification. Now, I accept Mr. Campbell's point that these are matters that could be dealt with in submission. And one way that we could move forward is I will move this, that the subcommittee, I'll say it slowly because I'm making it up as I go along, the subcommittee requests officers to review the definition of agricultural intensification and present an amended definition removing or moderating the effect of irrigation as a submission to the proposed district plan. So if I can get somebody again to second it, I'll briefly say why I've done that. Has somebody seconded it?
I'm looking around members of the subcommittee. Is Councillor Percival, you're going to second it?
Look, speaking to it very briefly, rather than spending an awful lot of time here this morning, what this would do is give officers a direction that we don't want the definition to stand exactly as it is. We want it to be further modified or amended. We're giving them a signal as to how we would like to see it amended. And we are asking them to submit to the plan, because Mr. Campbell has rightly said, All of this is open to submission and consideration, and we have formally asked officers to submit, reflecting a view that the committee has that the current definition of agricultural intensification is problematic.
Have you any thoughts on that, Mr Campbell?
Yeah, I think given our last discussion on this definition and where we landed with it, we'd obviously need to go away and do some further work to see what those thresholds may or may not be in terms of how it lands, particularly with the NPS on Indigenous biodiversity that talks about improved pasture, etc. So we'll just need to do some kind of cross-checking against that in terms of where that lands. So we can't sort of give a definitive right now for Carlton as to who do it. Yeah.
I'm not asking you to be definitive. What I'm asking you to accept is that we're asking you to think about something and submit on it later, that's all. And I don't think that's unduly problematic or contentious.
Any other members wish to express an opinion?
Sorry, Jim, but I'm actually going to have to disagree with you. So I think the team have done enough to get it where it is at this point. And obviously, as Mr Campbell's outlined, the submission process will be open to further conversation around that. But I think given, yeah, I'm not saying I necessarily agree with where it's landed, but I think given the considerations that need to be given to you know, the aspects of various overlays and stuff that which are the key objectives that sit behind them, I think it stands to reason that a shift from dry land to irrigation does have a negative outcome for those values.
Mayor Kircher?
Thanks, Mr Chair. I'm going to support the young buck on this one. I think the submission process, if someone's got better definitions on, that can absolutely be put forward, and that would be a good opportunity, because it's very difficult to have a brief definition. I think it requires a bit more complexity than that to make sure that we are covering off what we think should be covered off. So for now, vote against the motion that's in front of us.
Anyone else want to contribute to the conversation? I'm going to put the motion as tabled to members of the subcommittee. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those against? That is 3-3, so I presume that it's my casting vote. Is that correct? Then I'll vote in favour of the motion.
Thank you, Mr Chair.
Take a win, you won't get very many. All right, moving on through the chapter. Nothing else specific that members want to raise? Councillor Blackler?
Yeah, in SASM rule, what was that? Rule 2, permissible number 4. I think we've had previous conversation around this. So, yeah, the 100 metre limit that's put there. I know we've definitely discussed it. So, could someone provide an explanation as to why that, why it's still deemed necessary to be at that level? And another one that I've raised before and haven't, yeah, I'd be interested just to hear what the feedback was on is, rule number 6, where it says, permissible 1, the amenity tree planting or shelter belt is not located, on or within 100 meters of the limestone escarpment. And my question was, if it is a type of vegetation that's consistent with the ecological district, as has been defined elsewhere, why could there not be kind of a two-tier approach to that?
Thank you, Councillor Blackler. This is kind of secondhand based on the discussions at the landowner meetings that Okaha and iwi attended, where they set out the rationale for the 100 metres, and the starting point was, I think they indicated 300 to 400 metres was the advice they had on irrigation. So they're trying to be sort of a bit more realistic and pulled it back to 100. So that's where that's come from, and Chloe online might be able to comment further on that. But the tree planting, I guess, well, there'll be some overlap with the biodiversity or eco chapter in terms of Indigenous planting versus the exotic species. So that would be the overlap there and allow that to happen. But it's more that sort of the shelter belt trees and that might be deep rooting and have issues with limestone escarpment areas.
Sure, but supplementary, presumably not, like a rooting system wouldn't travel 100 meters. So I'm just trying to understand what the actual practical requirement to be at that distance. If it was of a species type that was complementary with what would have been there at the time, and just to go back to the first question as well, supplementary to that, what is the evidence that informs either the 300 or the 100 meters? Like, is it based on, if we go back to the conversation about irrigation, and the shifts that have occurred there in and around technology and approach to actually monitoring and supplying the necessary moisture within certain thresholds, is the evidence that's informed that thinking based on old dated information?
Yeah, as I said, the advice we had was directly from Okaha, so we'd have to defer to them, but maybe Chloe, if she's online, might be able to add to that potentially.
Good morning, through the chair. So we had some research provided to us from Okaha, which was around protecting Māori rock art and freshwater issues. So it's around the integrity of rock art from anything that might change the water table. So that's why it's agricultural intensification, plantation forestry, we looked at whether we could, allow for some buildings in there, but it was the potential that some of those buildings might have stormwater discharges or water takes or something like that that would affect the water table. So it's really around the water table, and any types of activities that might affect that within proximity to the rock art that might impact on the integrity of the cliff face. There was some research that was recommending at least 300 metres, and as David's mentioned, that a more pragmatic approach was recommended by Okaha to reduce that to 100 metres. And of course, it's you could still do those activities, but it's just a resource consent process as the lower level requirement of restricted discretionary. So by all means, you may be able to do that, provided there aren't any impacts.
So it's not supplementary.
Thank you, Chloe.
Thanks, Chloe. Would it be reasonable to say that the buffer should be different from above than below, rather than blanket either side?
Campbell?
Yeah, back to Chloe, I think, on that one again. You can comment.
That's a good question. Certainly in terms of the water table, that would make sense. My understanding is that the 100-metre buffer also relates to, when you look at the bottom, it's the relationship of that rock art with often nearby streams and rivers in Mahikakai and Noaka. So it also picks up a bit of a broader landscape element of that. So it doesn't have the same direct impact, but there is still an interest in the impacts of what's happening within 100 metres of those at the bottom as well, but for different reasons, yes.
Thank you, Chloe. Councillor Hopkins.
Yes, just staying with rule 2 for a moment, I'm wondering if officers would accept a couple of minor changes in wording. I have an absolute horror of terms that are vague and open to a range of very subjective opinions. For that reason, I would suggest that we reword two under matters of discretion are restricted to. And I'm asking officers if they would agree that perhaps we could change to read the potential adverse effects on the nature of Waihi Tupuna and the relationship of mana whenua with the area, because indeed I would argue the second clause, relationship of mana whenua, actually does address and identify or cover the issue of values. And also looking at 2B, I'm again concerned at the vague, at the word, at a nebulous word like integrity, and I would prefer to see that read damage to the Waihi Tupuna. I don't think the words integrity of are necessary. So I'm asking officers if they would agree to those minor changes.
Thank you, Councillor Hopkins. Again, defer to Chloe just to respond to that one directly.
Thank you. I can't say that I have given too much consideration at this point to that word because it had flown through from the policy and the objective. So that word is used in objective 3 and it's also used in the relevant, well, the heading of the policy, in the policy 5. There wasn't any feedback that I had directly responded to that raised that issue. So I'm sorry, I don't really have an answer to that. It's possibly something we can consider, different word, but I don't have any issue personally with the word integrity. It makes sense to me, but we can certainly have a look at it.
Well, I think, sorry, speaking to that, Mr. Chair, I think objective 3 refers very specifically to Tuhitui Nehera or rock art sites, and the integrity of those is quite clear. We know what that means, and indeed all the argument about irrigation within 100 metres and so on is intended to ensure that integrity, i.e. that for as long as possible, a fragile piece of human habitation and history and heritage is preserved. The notion of integrity of a much wider and diffuse area shown in a map as a Waihi Tupuna more generally, in my view, is considerably more expansive and considerably more likely to be subject of disputation at hearings. And I cannot see what the words integrity of add to B. If 2B reads damage to the Waihi Tupuna through the disturbance, etc., in my view, that achieves, without introducing ambiguity or unnecessary vagueness, that achieves entirely and absolutely the same objective as the wording currently there.
Councillor McCone.
Yeah, look, just take that a wee bit further. In the areas that have been some of this are mainly tabletops. So the cliff faces are there and they've been identified and modified for 150 years by agriculture, intensive agriculture. And that care has been done. And correct me if I'm wrong, but this seems like blanket legislation, as Jim's pointed out, that covers a whole lot and makes a whole lot of farming a whole lot more difficult on what might be rather than is. So can we change that to be identified? Is there a way of comeback for these landowners? You know, the blanket policy just doesn't work here, in my opinion.
Mr. Campbell.
Yeah, thank you, councillors McCone and Hopkins. I think the reason why the word values is in there in the item 2 of the matters of discretion relates back to the schedules which list the values. So I think it's important that that stays because it's clear you can go to that schedule and say these are the values. So it's quite clear what they are for each Waihi Te Puna because they do differ. In terms of the integrity, there could be another word there. Yeah, we could look at another word that might be a bit clearer. Yeah.
Councillor McCone.
Well, again, as far as putting the onus back on the ratepayer and cost to him to carry on doing what he's already doing, and he probably knows it's there or it's not there right now. So are we not able to prove or not prove and save that extra expense for someone that's trying to make a living?
Councillor Hopkins.
Mr. Chair, there is a solution to that issue, and we may wish to consider it. I'm not sure we should consider it specifically in relation to this chapter, but we may wish to consider it in relation to this chapter O and Fs and others, and that is to actually build into the, to make a recommendation that resource consents for applications arising from this chapter and the outstanding natural landscapes chapter, however it might find their light, will be at no cost to the applicant. They might have to go through the process, but we might say it's a public good and will be funded in another way. I'm just saying that is a solution to the problem Councillor McCone has raised, because clearly these are public good issues. So the question is whether they should be a private cost.
Mr. Campbell.
Yes, thank you. Again, this was discussed at previous meetings, and we did entertain the fact that if a bit like the heritage fee waiver at the moment, if the activity leads to a maintenance sort of protection or looking after that particular value, then the council could look at introducing a fee waiver where there is no diminishing of those values, whether it's landscape or Waihi Te Puna. So it's much aligned with the current approach for heritage consents, where the values are looked after. So you could look at that across other activities if you choose to.
Thank you. Mayor Kirchen.
Yeah, I guess there's a discrepancy between the wording and, a fee waiver is not what Councillor Hopkins said, which was at no cost.
Yeah.
There's a lot of other costs, and I want to be clear on, is Councillor Hopkins expecting the ratepayers to pick up all of the costs of applications and processing as well as processing?
Well, look, I don't know how, at this stage, I'm not aware. I take your point, and we're going to say that we're in tough times and we shouldn't be loading ratepayers with any other additional burdens. That I accept. It might be a very good incentive to encourage ratepayers and planners and officers and councillors to think very carefully about how many rules and requirements they want to have in the plan. Because the fewer rules and requirements they have, the less the likelihood of any fee waiver might be. But all I'm saying is, in principle, Councillor McCone has said it's not fair that individual ratepayers should have to pay for these things. And all I'm saying is there is a solution. It has implications and it transfers costs, not necessarily to ratepayers, but potentially it may do that. But all I'm saying is it is, in principle, a solution.
Through you, Mr. Chair, absolutely agree with that. I mean, the first step we should be looking at is, how do we have a light touch on these things, not a heavy hand. And so it's about getting the lines right as much as we can. And so totally support that. Just I'm a bit wary when, I'm very wary of creating additional costs that we just don't need to add into the system, and extra time that we don't need to add into the system, but also wary of writing blank checks.
Thank you for that. Is there anyone else? Councillor Blacklow.
Rule 4, permitted activities, earthworks activities for repair and maintenance of existing lawfully established, and then there's the list that follows. In your opinion, do any of these cover off the requirements for reticulated water, stock water.
Rachel?
So as a result of a committee meeting last year, this list of repair and maintenance has been amended wherever it occurs in the plan to include water supply, along with irrigation infrastructure in point 3. But it doesn't show in this chapter because it was submitted for the agenda back before the 18th of December.
Thank you. Yeah, appreciate it.
Councillor Hopkins?
Yeah, it's to another very small point, I'm sorry, but talking about Gary being, the mayor's proposal, we'd be light-handed as possible, or apply a light touch. I just think that the rule 4 prescription at the bottom, where the width, length and materials used are the same as which existed prior to the repair. To my mind, maybe the width and length should be the same, but surely do we have to say you have to use exactly the same materials in your earthworks as you did? I mean, I'm sorry, I just don't get it, and I don't think it's necessary, and I'd suggest those words be removed. So it would read where the width and length are the same as.
Councillor McCone?
Look, just take that further. Modern machinery has got twice the size and everything else. So some of these stipulations, as Jim just alluded to, need to be a lot looser. You know, people don't go there to damage their thing, but they go out there to be safe as well. And sometimes to make a 2 metre wide track, you'll take 2.5 metres to make it safe. So by specifying and telling people what they can and can't do, I think you're actually creating a health and safety issue as well as not keeping up with the current trends in the machinery.
Mr Campbell?
Yeah, I guess the permitted provision there is basically saying where you've got existing infrastructure is listed. We don't want kind of scope creep where people start to just keep widening and widening, getting things bigger and bigger over time. There'll always be that argument of, you know, a 2 metre farm track, do you make it 2.5 because you've got duals on your tractor, that type of thing. So it's always going to be up for debate. But yeah, at what point do we kind of draw the line on these things? Because you need a cut off. Around the materials, that's probably more referring to things like fences, irrigation infrastructure, etc. So we maybe could use some wording there that says, you know, materials used are the same or as close to similar to what was used before. Otherwise, we end up with scope creep, and so we end up with, you know, fences twice as high or solid fences, that type of thing, that it didn't exist before. So it's just trying to say, you know, within reason, do it, but we maybe could expand out the materials used to be the same or as similar to, because often things change. So yeah,
I think I just want to pick you up a statement, Mr Campbell, of where we draw the line. That's a mindset. I would suggest what we actually need in this plan is protection for the district, but we also need to allow people to carry on their legitimate business without unfair impediment. And I'm very conscious, and I don't want it just attached to the SASM chapter, but we've had a change of government where the coalition agreement says that they are going to revisit all these overlays with an emphasis on private property rights. So I understand from a planning point of view that we need to have a line in the sand, but we also have a community who simply just want to get on and legitimately and safely farm their land. While councillor Hopkins is out, will we try and progress?
Quickly in response, I guess, at the moment, we have a very low earthworks threshold across all of the rural area, which is 50 square metres and 100 cubes, yeah. Further down the rule, there's still a provision for earthworks over and above the maintenance one to be a further 25 square metres. So that would allow you to, widen tracks, that type of thing. I know it's a small threshold, but at the moment, the 50 square metres is pretty low. So we are trying to do a provision for, carrying on maintaining what you've got, as well as a little bit of enhancement to that, particularly for earthworks. So,
But that's a very good example of where we can be very prescriptive, but the cost today of getting machinery on site is quite substantial. It may well be that a landowner wants to do something and then is not going to do anything further for 5 years. So what we're imposing on them is a requirement to go through a process when if we actually measured it out over the 5 years, it's totally acceptable. Mayor Kircher.
Yeah, I've raised this before, but I think it's worth repeating. That threshold has no bearing on the size of the property. If it's a rule that applies to rural general, it doesn't matter whether it's 100 hectares or 1,000 hectares, it's still the same. Whereas if you had 10, 100 hectare properties, you would actually be allowed that threshold for each. If you've got 1,000, you're only allowed the one. So having something that does still tie back to land size as well would be helpful, I think. It may be, so say it was staying at 50 square metres, then have it saying 50 square metres per 100 hectares of overall property or something like that would be a useful measure, I think. It'd be a bit more pragmatic.
Mr. Campbell?
yeah, just quickly, we did increase the threshold in this rural chapter previously, and I guess with these type of chapters, we're looking at the effects on specific values outside of that, so it's quite limited where it would apply, as opposed to across most of the rural zone that doesn't have the overlays.
All right, working our way through the chapter.
Mr. Chair, if there are no further questions or suggestions, I'm happy to move that the DPR subcommittee recommend the adoption of the SASN chapter with amendments as agreed.
Thank you, councillor Hopkins. Do we have a seconder for that? Mayor Kircher, thank you. I'll put that to members of the subcommittee. Those in favour, please say aye. Those against? Carried. All right, we move on, I believe, to page 305 and resume where we left off last year. 307, I think it might be, sorry. Oh, 308.
Which chapter is it?
General residential zone.
Mr. Chair. Question, did we consider on page 305, forgive me, I think I did raise some questions about the differing numbers of people permitted for residential care, boarding houses and Airbnbs. And it does seem to me that the permitted activity status for residential care, supported residential care, where we are saying that the maximum occupancy does not exceed 9 residents is daft. I mean, we've got an observatory village in the middle of a general residential area, and it's got a lot more than 9 people. I'm just curious to know why we've actually done this. Did we discuss it last year?
We'll just get an explanation. Thank you, Ainsley.
Yes, you did talk about that. That question was raised and David answered it about experience and best practice and what is typically permitted. residential care is different from borders, so it can be a higher threshold. There's a list of standards that will be addressed in the E-plan. Councillor Blackler talked about there's an assumption that it would encapsulate standalone entity, not fit for purpose or be required for. Where it is at now, would like that we investigate that one further. The Mayor understood that point. And if you're talking about having supported residential care in the zone, there's a point where resource consent becomes viable. So David, residential house is defined, does not include retirement villages.
No.
That was clarified. Everybody was happy.
Right. Yeah.
Sorry, that's a very rough pair of notes. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, that was my Joe Biden moment.
Mr. Chair, just checking where we got to. I think we might have gone through the residential chapter from memory. Yeah, but we still had to work through the medium density.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mayor Kircher?
Yeah. I'm hoping I haven't had a Joe Biden moment as well, but obviously the government's made an announcement around the 2-year, hold off for 2 years while we play around with the RMA, and there's an aspect of that, and I'm not sure that we've had a proper discussion on that. There are some things that we absolutely could hold off for 2 years, but there's some other things that we actually need for our district. We need to make sure that some of the zoning around residential and rural lifestyle and rural general and so on, that changes are made so that we open up land for development and also do protect some of the land that's out there around the productive land side of things. Is there, the discussion I want us to have is there a possibility of saying, well, actually, we can focus on some of those things that we need to change more urgently and allow some time for those other things? So do a part update on the district plan, and once we have more certainty around what the government legislation is around some of those other parts, that's when we deal with those. I'm not wanting to put things off, but equally we've had the advice that we shouldn't be spending money on these things, that we don't need to. They haven't really told us too much on what bits of land we do need to or don't need to. And for us, it's really around what are the things that actually as a community we need to make those changes more urgently. Food for thought, but it would be good to have some indication, if not here, then as soon as possible.
Councillor Hopkins?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I share that view, and I think the messaging or the signalling from the government has been a bit ambiguous. My understanding is that they have told regional councils to hi-ho on with regard to their water regional water policies, and one would hope that regional councils are actually going to do that. They haven't specifically, as far as I'm aware, said the same to us, but it is clear that they've signalled some pretty clear intentions as to where they want to amend the Act. That leaves us in a predicament because we have, I think, proposed some quite significant and important changes that are to the public good and will work to the benefit of sectors like the productive sector. And I would have thought that, having thought about this, even if we don't progress the whole plan, there'd be one of two options. I think you can propose chapters, so we could either do it sequentially and part, or possibly would officers consider the idea of a plan change to the existing plan, backing new chapters or chapters from the proposed plan into it. Because I think if we don't, we are already experiencing, I think, some very, very adverse consequences of the process. And the longer we delay, the more those adverse impacts will disadvantage the district, in my view. So maybe we can get a report from you guys as to an option on a sort of that as soon as possible basis. What do you, have you thought about it at all yourselves?
Yeah, I guess there's a lot of I guess pros and cons of the approach. To date, we've been doing an entire plan review, and that's kind of the focus and direction of council that was set quite a long time ago, and the draft plan was put out under that framework. So people can see the whole suite of what's up for. The greatest risk now is that if we pull out bits of it, then people are going to say, well, what's going to happen to those bits? They don't get the full picture of the entire plan across the district. So there's deviating from that course kind of can create more angst as well in terms of kind of reputational risk. Why are we not putting out other chapters in their entirety? So if it's clear that we were going to do a kind of rolling review, pick off bits that were more urgent, so to speak, then the community would know that. But now we're kind of saying, well, if we're going off the track of an entire plan review, then why are certain chapters not there? What's the kind of motives for not doing it in one hit? So we can, look at all those pros and cons. Obviously, there'd be a greater cost in spreading it out because you would be running hearings, then you'd have to notify other chapters later on, run more hearings, probably with a hearings panel potentially, and take longer for the community to engage across multiple plan changes, plan review, hearings, that type of thing. So there's efficiencies in doing it in one hit. There's greater cost to the community in keeping track with multiple plan reviews going through. So we certainly could set that out, but it's quite a departure from our current course. We know from history, from the previous Labor government, that legislation can be worked through. It took them a good sort of chunk of their term to do that, put in 2 new acts, they got undone. There's nothing to say that what the new government might put in place could be changed and undone as well. So we know that climate can change quickly around us. We're still doing this under the RMA, and whatever comes along, if it requires us to dial up or dial back plan provisions, that can be adjusted at a later date. So yeah, there's a whole lot of work could be done in that space if you desire it, but we've kind of been on the direction of an entire plan review. Everyone can see what's on the table for it. Yes, there's always going to be pain points and areas of concern and angst. And I agree with Mayor that there's certainly areas we want to progress to get changes in land development, there's opportunities as well. So I guess it's a matter for council to further consider, but that's the initial response on that.
I think we mustn't get distracted with the thought of costs incurred or costs possible, because at the end of the day, the decisions we're making have huge costs to the members of our community. I know that several rural councillors met with the Member of Parliament yesterday, and his advice was that changes are coming and hold your breath. The message given to him was, we'll get back to Wellington and get the minister to either come and visit us or be more explicit about what's changing. But Mayor Kircher?
Yeah, absolutely. Chris Bishop needs to front up and tell us what direction it's taking. There's the element of being efficient and getting it all done at once, but then it becomes inefficient if you've then got to undo or redo sections of it. The sooner we can get some certainty from the government, the better. And they really do owe it to us to at least give some direction about what do they mean about increasing private property rights and so on. I've got some ideas about what that might mean. It could be everything from reducing SNAs through to actually free for all for subdivision, any size you want on your property, no matter what the zoning might be. So, we don't know where things are at, but that would be my thought is we need the minister to front up, and we need to have that conversation with him because we're, I think, the most advanced through this process out of anyone in the country. We just don't want to be wasting money and it could be a waste either way, depending on how things go. So we'll certainly, at our end, the governance team end, and with the CE, we'll extend an invitation to the minister and see how he responds to that.
Councillor Hopkins and Councillor McCain.
Well, I think we should move in that direction. We move that, we invite the Minister for the Environment to discuss directly with council or the subcommittee the government's intentions in order to better enable us to determine future direction of notification.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's Minister of the Environment, it's Minister responsible for resource management now. I think they've separated that.
Yes, Penny Simmons. is
Oh, sorry,
Minister for
quite,
the Environment.
yeah, apologies. Well, with that amendment, somebody want to second that?
Well, just, hang on, Councillor McCone, and then I'll come back to you.
Yeah, look, I totally agree with what's just been said in the respect that there is change coming and we need to be very wary of what we do, and again, in the respect that if we're at the front of the queue, we're also leading of what is to be done. So if we get it wrong, it will be right through the whole country, and if we get it right, it'll be followed. So we've got to get it right 100%, and there's no point speeding through it. We've just got to sit down and get it where it's got to be.
All right, Councillor Hopkins, were you going to move? All right, so what you're saying is that the DPR subcommittee recommend to council that council invite engagement from the government, appropriate government ministers as quickly as possible.
Correct. I don't think those were the exact words I used.
No,
but
no, I'm
the intent was
paraphrasing you.
absolutely that. I don't think we can, if we wish, say that we want to talk to them, but to my mind, that would be counterproductive for the subcommittee, I mean.
Yes.
In my view, it would be better that the request come from us to address the full council, not a subcommittee of it.
Yes. Before I put the motion, my thoughts are that I don't want this to be seen as us losing our bottle, because it's not that at all, but we need clarification if we're going to ask something and in 2 years' time incur costs to have to revisit it. Mr. Cook?
I think the subcommittee need to have in their mind that the time frame now that we are working to, we already have today's meeting. We already have another meeting on the 19th of the subcommittee. So even if the plan is finalised with the subcommittee on the 19th, we're not looking to being in a position to take it to council due to the work that needs to be undertaken until around about, I think, the end of May, is it, David? If it's approved in April, end of April, at which point it then will be another couple of weeks at least before it's published for the proposed plan. You then enter a submissions process of 3 months. You then enter a collation of those submissions and submissions on submissions and a collation of those. And then you work through your process as to whether you support those submissions or not. So on the current rate of progress, it is unlikely that this council will be the ones that adopt the proposed plan. It will be in the next triennium. So that gives the current government quite a lot of time to advise us formally of their alterations and for us to adjust those alterations as we go through the process before it becomes the proposed plan.
Thank
you, Mr. Cook.
Let's move it. Look, I absolutely accept Mr. Cook's assessment. I think he's a little bit pessimistic. I think it may be possible for us to adopt the plan in this triennium, but it is, I agree, unlikely. That said, I think there is symbolism in the recommendation. And all we're doing is saying that we want to get an engagement with the ministers, plural, as soon as possible. And to my mind, whereas you're absolutely right, and it may be more symbolic than of actual and tangible benefit, I still think it's worth considering and putting to the vote.
There being no further discussion, I'm happy to put that in motion. All those members of the subcommittee in favour, please say aye. Carried.
Mr. Chair, may I get back to the matter in hand then? A couple of very minor matters with regard to the general residential zone. On page 308, and this appears throughout the plan, there are a variety of provisions where this applies. Where a permitted activity is something that is a structure that's installed by the Waitaki District Council, Otago Regional Council, Canterbury Regional Council, the Department of Conservation or its agents. And I believe the word "its" there could be legally problematic and it should be changed to be their agents, meaning all of us. It's a very small point, but I've seen things like that trip up judgments in the past. And the other matter with regard to, I go now to page 313, and these are non-complying commercial activities. And one of them is R21 vehicle or boat repair services. And we're saying that those are non-complying. Well, I just raised the point, what about the vintage car buff who's got a garage and he's restoring, or she's restoring a Stanley steamer, or somebody who's got a vintage yacht and they want to actually fix that in the backyard as well? Why are we making that non-complying? It seems to me to be unnecessarily punitive.
Just in response, these are commercial services, so where people are paying to have it done and people dropping off boats or vehicles. And as opposed to a private, do up your own boat or car in your backyard, it's not aimed at that. It's certainly a commercial aspect where there's multiple boats or vehicles coming and going and noise and that happening all day long. So it's about that type of activity is a commercial activity versus doing your own one up.
Yeah.
All right. Mr. Cook?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just in relation to the resolution that was passed regarding engagement with the minister, can I clarify that officers are still to proceed in their current format, or are we to produce a paper as to what would the implications of doing a plan change would be, or what is the direction that you now wish officers to take?
If I could give my 2 cents, Mr. Chair, it very much just continue as we are, but if we can get a heads up sooner rather than later, then that might help us modify our direction on some aspects of the change. And that would be the most efficient use of our resources that we could possibly have, I think. So, I mean, nothing has changed, but we're just really wanting to get a signal from the minister about what they intend to change.
I see that Jim nodding silently in the sense, and I agree with Jim. In all to do.
No, the mayor's put it very succinctly, and I think that I could actually probably enlarge it outside the DPR subcommittee and say that it was a sentiment echoed by all councillors present. So yes, we are continuing business as usual. But only till lunchtime, and then we'll come back after lunch.
What time's lunch?
12:15.
All right, anything further on? Councillor Blackler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Under the restricted discretionary activities in the general residential chapter, Rule 14, matters of discretion are restricted to. I just wondered whether we should have a reference to proximity to open space in there. And Rule 15, I can't recall if we've actually discussed this in the past or not, but I just wondered if, when you look at the considerations in Rule 15, many of them would be the same anyway, but I'm just wondering if there would be any benefit in distinguishing what is quite a difference between what is a retirement village and what is a care facility, a standalone care facility, because they're two very different operations. But I can understand that the considerations would be similar anyway. And then I just had one third one, which was, if I should just ask that now, I'm a little bit concerned about, under standards, general residential standard 1, site density shall not exceed 1 residential unit per 300 meters squared of net site area. So basically what that means, is that if it was someone's choice to do so, there wouldn't be, that net average would mean there wouldn't be an average of, there wouldn't be a mixture of sizes. So if that was, say, 400 square meters for instance, I don't know what the right number is, but if it was 400, you'd have to have a combination of 300 squares balanced by a couple of 600 squares or whatever, so that you have a mixture of demographic that ends up living in that development, rather than kind of being potentially catering to a specific cohort.
I just have a question about that. I also have some questions about standards, well, not that one, although could the planners advise?
Just, if you want to speak to what councillor Blackler, but don't introduce anything else, so Mr Campbell can respond.
Well, I guess my question, in response to councillor Blackler's question about standard 1, doesn't part 3 of that standard 1, neither clause 1 or 2 above, apply to a minor residential unit or residential unit in a retirement village? Doesn't that to some extent resolve the concern councillor Blackler has raised?
I don't think so.
Yeah, it may well do. I think importantly under the part 1 of the standard, it talks about which can be calculated over multiple sites. So you can have a kind of an averaging type factor there. So I think that would address that. So it is a minimum. So it's, yeah, it would go 500, 600, that type of thing.
So that, yeah, I guess that's my comment on that is, well, my concern with that is that because it's set at what is the lower limit for general residential, which is 300 squares, you could do a whole development at the minimum lot size, rather than having a mixture of, so you might have a couple of 700 square sites, a couple of 500 and 5 300s or something, so that you have a combination of makeup of who would inhabit that space.
Surely that's the market.
Yeah, it depends on the division of it, because it might be called as a multi-unit development in that scenario anyway, so it would be picked up. This is more this kind of standalone housing, which is pretty rare to have a whole lot of houses on one site, one title.
Oh, yeah. My apologies. That's a misunderstanding. So this is for like a single site that's being subdivided, as opposed to a large scale. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, generally that type of thing. I think there was an example on Orwell Street where there's some reduction in costs the council agreed to for that kind of standalone housing, but it was all sort of rented out and on one title, whereas multi-units more akin to that. The other question relating to the open space aspect, that's picked up through subdivision. So people doing subdivision, then there's reserve contributions calculation, or they might vest land as part of that. So we would look at that assessment and defer to the Parks team for their advice for multi-unit developments. So that would be covered there. The other question about retirement villages, I think that relates to a standalone retirement village versus that care facility, which is covered elsewhere. Earlier on, the supported residential care. So that's more in a standalone sort of house situation with up to 9 residents. So that's kind of a different thing with this. It's more like akin to a residential unit on a property. It's just a different arrangement of living that requires people to come and go to support that living situation versus the retirement village, which is a generally of a larger scale and, as those matters there, just to pick up some key effects that might result from it, they may not. The difference there.
Councillor Hopkins, then Councillor Percival.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I've got questions on page, not relating to standards on page 316, 318, 319 and 321. I'll, if you'll allow me to deal with
Yes.
one or all of them, whichever. I'm concerned under building standard 4, which is building coverage. I think the combined total building coverage for the total site area should be 40%, except that for Papakayaka on land held under Te Ture Whenua Maori Act or within the nature reserve, the maximum building coverage for a site should be 45. I think both of those are unrealistic. And my view is either they should be the same, or in fact, both should be amended to be at least 50. Now, I accept the intention of a general rural zone is to maintain, if you like, kind of a single dwelling, maybe a garage, some playing area, a driveway and so on. But I just think realistically, that total building coverage, which would include sheds, a garage, whatever, is just unrealistically limiting. On page 300.
We'll just get a response from that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This one's pretty much a rollover of what we've got now, and we don't tend to issue a lot of consents to go over the 40%. And it's also in conjunction with setbacks and outdoor living. So generally, once people design to have setbacks, outdoor living, that type of thing, they're pretty close to that if they're really sort of pushing things. So yeah, it works in conjunction with the other rules, and as I said, hasn't had a lot of consenting to date at the current 40% we've got.
Just some quick sheep yards mathematics, but at 40%, that allows a 400 square metre house built on 1,000 square metre seat. That's a huge home. And likewise on a 300, we're talking 120 metres, which would be pretty much indicative of those townhouse sizes.
Okay, that's fine. I've had a satisfactory answer. Moving on to page 318, and this is standard 7. And I would propose a change to apply to all the residential areas. And we have 3 provisions here with regard to road frontage, 1, 2, and 3. And I believe 3 should be reworded to read, have a door that is directly visible or accessible from the street. Now, speaking very briefly to that, there's an awful lot of houses where the pathway leads you quite clearly to the doorway, which is along the side of the house. And in my view, it is unduly prescriptive to insist that all doorways have to be on the street frontage of the property. But I think what you need to be able to do is see clearly from the street how to access the property. So I would propose that change. Have a door that is directly visible or accessible from the street. Moving to page 319, I think the notion that with regard to frontage fencing.
What standard is this?
This is standard 9. With regard to frontage fencing, we're saying that any fencing over 0.9 metres in height shall be at least 45% visually permeable. And I'm sorry, I just think that's unnecessary, and I would propose it's deletion. And finally, on page 321, standard 10, I believe that we should add some words. You've got various references to no outdoor storage shall and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I believe we should, just to be absolutely explicit, add the words no uncovered or open outdoor storage. It is possible that outdoor would mean the same thing, but it's also, I took it initially to perhaps include sheds or things of that nature. So I'm suggesting that we make it absolutely clear that what we mean is uncovered or open outdoor storage. So those are my proposed suggestions.
Thank you, councillor Hopkins. We do define outdoor storage in the definition, so it is clear what it means. So I don't think we need to add any more words in the actual rule. The people in the E-plan will take people directly to that when it's open up, so that would deal with that matter. I'll come back to the fencing one, but the door visibility is basically saying the rule means that it's not to be around the rear, so it can be down the side. Just say it's directly visible, so you can see it from the street down the side of the house and access it down a driveway or a pathway down the side of the house, but it just means it can't be around the back of the house. Yeah. So well, I don't know that and or makes a lot of difference to that. So directly visible and accessible from the street, it would have, I mean, you wouldn't put a door in that's not accessible from the street, I guess, so.
Can I just challenge that in terms of being consistent? I advocate for farmers and on various rights. It seems overly prescriptive to tell someone where their entrance to the house, and I immediately think of a house that might have a driveway down the side round to a entranceway at the back, nicely landscaped, quite a legitimate thing, and yet we're saying, no, you can't do that.
So this is only for houses that direct frontage to the road, so it wouldn't apply to leg-in or rear units. It's basically saying you can have a door on three sides of the house be permitted if you choose to put it way around the back and not sort of have that presence to the street, then it would trigger consent, but it's unusual to just have one door, I guess, in a house in that situation.
Mr. Chair, I would politely suggest that if the word and did become the word or, your concern would be addressed and the alternative would become very clearly available and people would have more options. It doesn't, it wouldn't preclude what I understand to be the intention of the provision, but it just actually gives it more flexibility.
Thank you, Chair. I guess it might be helpful just to bring attention to the purpose of this rule in the first place. It's based on the crime prevention through environmental design guidelines, which are national guidelines. So these recommendations have come from that particular publication, and district plans are encouraged to align with that guidance, that national guidance. And these are recommendations that come from that particular document.
If we compromise and make it and or accessible from the street.
And then the fencing, Mr. Campbell?
I mean, the other thing is just leave it to the submission, see if it is an issue for people. Yeah, I'm just sort of looking through, we've got the no higher than 1.2 metres and the 0.9 be at least 45% visual permeability. So that's kind of relating to heights people can look over, etc. So we could just check whether that should be aligned with the 1.2. Just maybe a bit of discrepancy there, but yeah, we're basically saying no higher than 1.2, and if it's slightly less than that, it has to be visually permeable. We might just double check on that one.
Well, Mr. Chair, is a 1.2 metre high fence is not high.
No.
And in my view, to then say, oh, but if you're going anywhere over 0.9 metres, you have to have 45% of it visible, it's just unduly prescriptive. If it was a 3 metre high fence, then yes, there might be legitimate crime prevention arguments, but not with 1.2. Ergo, I propose that we delete 2 altogether.
Well, by comparison, 1.2 metres is standard sheep fence, and I don't see anyone getting a ladder to look over the top of those.
we can certainly just relook those heights for the permeability aspect.
Thank you for that.
Similar to what other plans have, but you'll just check that.
It's been a long wait, but councillor Percival, I'm back to you.
I'm probably the only one in the room that doesn't understand the second point in the residential site density on page 314. Just a quick question before I go on. You've reduced the size from the existing plan? No. Yes, no. So this is exactly what we're sitting on at the moment. It concerns me that the size. What I'm getting at, my experience is I lived in an area north of Auckland, a beautiful area, and the council changed their regulations to allow subdivision and cross leasing, which has been ape. You know, they're just every owner of a property larger than or as large as half an acre started to split it up 2 or 3 ways, and it puts huge pressure on the infrastructure, which within a couple of years of that happening, the council had to spend millions on upgrading everything. But if this is, I thought this was a change, so I'm actually dribbling at the moment because I thought it was a change that would be encouraging that situation. But if it hasn't been taken up by property owners, well, basically it's a status quo. So I have no argument or debate. I don't know what I'm even talking about, actually.
I agree with that.
All right, any other issues as we progress through this chapter? No, not on this general residential chapter. So, do we have a member of the committee who's prepared to move the chapter with recommendations and amendments as suggested?
Yeah.
Thank you, councillor Percival, seconded by councillor Linwood. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. We move on to medium density residential zone. I feel a little unqualified in this subject because we don't have dense residents down in Waihemo.
Mr. Chair, I have a number of questions or suggestions. What I'd like to do, if I may, through you, is table some photographs of medium density properties these photographs were taken by me over the Christmas holiday period, and they show properties in Christchurch considerably closer to roadways than our plan proposes. And I will argue or speak to the fact that I think the rules we have with regard to setbacks could and should be reconsidered. But before I do that, I'm just curious to know, I thought we had discussed with regard to minor residential units, that being Rule 5 on page 326. I thought we had agreed to amend the gross floor area from 80 square metres minimum to 100, but I stand to be corrected on that point. Perhaps officers can clarify that matter.
Just in response quickly, I think that adjustment was made in the rural zone for those units, or farm workers units, but this is kind of trying to align with what we've got now in terms of those sort of family flat, granny flat type situations. So, staying there.
Mr. Chair, then, if I may, moving to pages 327 and 328, I just noticed that with regard to the medium density zone, boarding house activity, we have a rule where the number of boarders is different from that that's permitted, I think, in general residential, and I'm curious to know why. And I'm also curious on the next page, 328, to have an explanation as to why with respect to supported residential care, we've amended the maximum occupancy to say that it does not exceed 10 residents rather than 9, which I think was a provision elsewhere. So those are two questions that I have with regard to those pages.
Yeah, the brief answer to that is it is a sort of high density zone, so we're expecting that it has capacity to have a greater threshold in those situations. So yeah, expect more people in that zone because of the density, and then likewise for those activities, just bumping it up slightly so it's a bit more encouraging it in that zone nearer town facilities, that type of thing, to a little bit more leeway, be a bit more permissive in that respect.
I don't quite understand the logic. We're saying that you can increase the number of people because it's an area where more people live.
Well, it's also closer to town and facilities, so that's why it's that's only in that medium density area, closer to those things. So it's probably better to have a wee bit higher thresholds there. So there's encouraging people or those type of activities to be in that zone.
Councillor Blackler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Under standard 1, number 2, which sets out for multi-unit residential development with a site of 2,000 square metres or more, the basically minimum average threshold. I'm just wondering why that number is still 150 when I'm assuming that's a mistake, given the advice we received was that was too small from the independent third party, and that number should change to 200 square metres also.
Through the chair, it's not a mistake. The thinking was behind that where it's a comprehensive development on a larger site to start with, then that 150 square metre site size can work much better than when it's just on a 400 or 1,000 metre section to start with.
I'll just voice my fundamental opposition to that, and I would suggest that it does get amended to 200 squares, and would look to my colleagues for support there.
Sorry.
Just to perhaps add as well, what Rachel mentioned, there are other standards as well around building coverage, pervious surfaces, that is setbacks, etc. So it's not a kind of carte blanche, you're going to fill up the whole site 150 with buildings. So it works in tandem with the other rules. It just allows in a multi-unit situation to maybe have some smaller units or smaller sites as well as larger ones, so you can cover a range of living options across a larger site. As Rachel mentioned, it's a big area, so you've got a bit more flexibility there, which we're trying to encourage a range of perhaps housing sizes that would allow cheaper housing because it's less land area as well. So it's just trying to create a bit more variety and flexibility in those situations.
If I could just add a final comment on that one. I mean, if we look at the minimum size of a unit at Observatory Village at around the 140 square metre mark, I just don't think we're being unrealistic about the amount of space we're if the intent behind part of the intent behind medium density is for our elderly population downsizing, then creating a lot size that will only allow 2-storey living is for a reasonable amount of space is not satisfactory in my view.
Did you want to move a motion to that effect?
Yes, I would, Mr. Chair. I'd move that we amend standard 1, number 2 to 200 metres squared.
Do we have a seconder for that within the subcommittee?
Mr. Chair, I suggest it lapses for lack of a seconder.
Thank you for doing my job, Councillor Hopkins, that's much appreciated. Mr. Campbell?
What I was going to say is probably redundant now, but it would effectively make, if that resolution passed, it would make number 2 redundant effectively because 1 would capture it anyway.
Councillor Halalali?
Thank you. Through the chair, I just wanted to make a brief comment just around that rule. Like, we do have a housing strategy, and part of that housing strategy is to help facilitate and enable affordable, accessible housing. So I do recall around this table that we have had that conversation a number of times, but it also aligns with the new government's priorities, just around delivering better housing and infrastructure. And it also enables and triggers the opportunities for central government funding as well. So I just want to flag that to you. That we just need to be realistic in terms of meeting the needs of our community. So I'm supportive of that lapsing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the chapter?
Chair, if I may, I'd like to look at page 338. And then some other pages as well, but 338. I would suggest that standard 2 maximum height, I would like to suggest an addition. At the moment, we're saying under 5, all buildings and structures must not exceed 2 stories and a maximum height of 10 metres as measured from ground level. I would personally like to add flat or mono-pitched roof structures must not exceed 8 metres. And the reason for that is, if you recall, we had advice from our planning consultants or advisors that 2 metres, that the extra 2 metres would give us an opportunity to have pitched roofs and more sympathetic and appropriate designs. But I think the idea of going up to 10 metres with a flat roof without that pitch as an alleviating factor is probably counterproductive. So I would personally suggest that we add the words that I've proposed. Councillor Blackler has indicated he's happy to support that.
So are you moving a formal change there?
Well,
or are you asking staff for their thoughts?
Well, I was doing the latter first, but if you want me to move the addition of those words, I will do so.
Well, it causes a little bit of confusion when you say Councillor Blackler supports that, so.
Well, I was just.
Yeah, so before you go down that track, we'll ask staff to respond.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Hopkins. I think given that if it doesn't trigger the rule, then the guidelines wouldn't necessarily kick in. So it's probably a good thing to have. If you're concerned about that sort of mono pitch up to 10 metres, then it's probably worth adding that wording you've suggested to deal with that. Otherwise, they'll have to exceed the 10 metres before the guidelines kind of kicked in under the matters of discretion. So if that's the concern you want to address, then I think that would work fine. And then still allow for the pitch roof up to 10 metres as well.
Mr. Cook?
Just to be clear, does the mono pitch reach a maximum of 8 metres then, in which the lower side of the mono pitch would be lower than that? Mono pitch. You're suggesting that the mono pitch roof should be a maximum of 8 metres, then the lower side of that mono pitch would be lower than 8 metres, and whether that makes it possible to build a 2-storey building.
Well, a mono pitch, a flat roof can, I mean, there are very few pure flat roofs. Even a roof that appears to be totally flat will be designed to have a slight 2 degree slope or something like that. And most of the mono pitches I've seen have a very shallow slope. So I would imagine that they might be 500 centimetres or something of that nature from top to bottom. But what I'm trying to avoid is that we wanted to do something, we wanted to allow 10 metres to have a particular kind of roof design and architectural design incorporated that we argued was more sympathetic, more inclined to be respectful of heritage provisions and so forth. And I think that if we had a rule that said any and all residential property could go up to 10 metres, that would be that would not achieve the objective, hence what I propose. And I would note that Mr. Campbell has said that he thinks it's fruitful and useful to add those words. So why don't we just do it?
Just to perhaps clarify, I think that the thing we want to avoid is a steep mono pitch that went up to 10 metres. So I think we'd probably want to say the highest point of it at 8 metres, just so we don't end up with a perverse outcome.
Yeah. Given that Mr. Campbell said he thinks that, I don't think there's any, he thinks it would be a useful addition. I don't think there's any need for me to move anything.
No, you are correct.
It's an action.
Could I move to page 340? And this is standard 5, minimum pervious surface area. I just ask officers, have they done any site section 32 analysis that would lead them to believe that the notion that 25% of the total site area has to be planted in grass, vegetation, or landscape with pervious materials is actually achievable?
It's not in the 32, but we did have BOFA run some designs for buildings in the medium density zone. And they did, the designs did show that buildings could comply with all the standards. So your minimum pervious, your setbacks, building coverage, etc. So it can work.
Well, I have reservations, but on that basis, I'm not going to pursue the matter. Mr. Chair, may I turn to my last and perhaps most fundamental concern or proposed change, which relates to minimum setbacks on page 341. Now, members of the subcommittee will have seen the photographs I've circulated, and I hope council officers have as well. What they show are a variety of medium density developments and traditional and heritage buildings, housing, accommodation, either absolutely on a road boundary or only about a metre from it. Now, my concern about the proposed minimum setbacks, 2 metres from all road boundaries and 4.5 from the state highway boundary. My concern about this is we're saying it has to be 25% of the site has to be permeable. We want pervious materials. We want presumably to encourage on-site parking rather than have the appalling situation that exists in Christchurch where previously, you know, relatively uncluttered streets are just totally dominated with, you know, cars for Africa. And in my view, the minimum setbacks could and should be amended either to say there's no necessary setback subject to provision of 1 parking space per unit within the site, or I would argue that the distance from a road boundary, all road boundaries should be no more than 1 metre, because I think being able to forfeit space or use space at the front of the property is going to allow more flexibility and more general benefit by way of providing parking on site and so on internally. The more we can actually give people space to have the ancillary elements of medium density living, the better. So I'm in 2 minds. I would either propose no setback at all, subject to us being satisfied that at least 1 parking space per residential unit has been provided within the boundaries of the site, or alternatively that we amend the current rules from 2 metres and 4.5 to 1 metre And you'll have seen the photographs, and in my view, these are harmonious and attractive buildings, and they complement the streetscape. They don't violate it. And issues of noise management can be dealt with double glazing and things of that nature. So that's why I think it is a positive change that I'd like to see made.
We appreciate your enthusiasm and the research that you put in, councillor, but we'd also like to hear staff respond.
Thank you, councillor Hopkins. I was going to ask if you had the streets or zones for those photos, 'cause it's kind of useful to know the kind of context for each of those. But anyway, regardless of that, one thing is we can't require on-site parking under the previous government's removal of parking standards. So that's one thing we can't add into this rule. The rule does relax it down from the current 4.5 across all the residential. So this is kind of a subset zone that is closer to services, shops, etc. So it is quite a, more than half of what we would normally have, except where it's a state highway or railway corridor. The 2 metres does provide for, room for fence, landscaping. It's kind of a minimum width for landscaping if you want to put it in. I guess the flip side is if people really want to push up to the road boundary, which is unusual these days, you're right on this footpath and there's not a lot of privacy, then they can go through that consent process and we'd assess it against the guidelines. Bear in mind that we don't have a lot of this type of development in town. There's 1 or 2 up T Street, I think, and sort of areas like that, but we're trying to sort of keep that consistent look and feel of the town where the supply is. So we'd have to probably go away and do a bit more work to see, well, if we allowed it right up to the road boundary, what that would mean in terms of potential impact on the streetscape from a housing point of view. It's a bit different to commercial because they're already right up on the footpath for other reasons. So there's a bit of work to probably do in terms of that thinking, I think. But historically there's areas, particularly in Dunedin and parts of Christchurch, where there are houses up to the road historically, and they're kind of being consistent with that, whereas we don't have a lot of that at the moment. But I think we would probably want to do a bit of further analysis of those type of examples, how it would look and feel in the medium density parts of Oamaru. But, a consent process would certainly allow people to test it if they really did want to push it to the road.
Mayor Kircher.
Thank you. Yeah, I've got major concerns about the requirement or the lack of requirement that we're able to make around provision of car parking spaces. So, when you take that in conjunction with some of the very narrow streets that have been developed in new subdivisions where, there's not sufficient off-street parking, there's pretty much very, very difficult to park on street. Something's got to give. We're not all giving up using cars in the next decade, I can't see. So it's understanding the government's policies around that, but it is what it is. I do think, though, as we're discussing later this afternoon, the revenue and financing policy, that we look at development contributions around properties that don't provide car parking, that they have a higher roading development contribution, because inevitably people are going to be calling on council to provide car parking in some form or other. So that would be particularly so in commercial areas. And if we've got to then go and buy land and develop a car park, that's something we have to do, but we need to look at how we fund that. Residential, a little bit more difficult, but I think that's one of the challenges we've got to work through as well and have a discussion about the implications of that. So slightly off topic with the chair, but just saying there's potentially other avenues for that.
Mr. Chair, look, I don't think it's off topic at all. I totally accept that we cannot impose a requirement to provide parking anymore because the Crown said we can't. What I'm trying to do is actually think about a person who wants to develop a site, and we want to incentivise them to take the cars off the road. Now, at the moment, what we're saying is you must forfeit 2 metres of your frontage in every instance, and you must forfeit 4.5 metres if it's a state highway. And what I'm saying is, I think both of those provisions are excessive, and I would advocate one for ordinary roads, two maybe for the state highway, although personally I'd be quite comfortable with one. Because some of the photographs I took were in places like Bryant Street and so on, which are state highways. But if you wanted to manage that, you could have rules regarding setbacks, but qualify them by saying that those rules would be amended or modified if people provided one parking site or one parking space for every residential unit on the site, within the boundaries of the site. So what you're actually doing then is incentivize people to get, you're not telling them they have to, but you're incentivizing it. And in order to achieve it, you're actually saying we're not going to force you to sacrifice space unnecessarily when it would help, when allowing you some latitude in that area would achieve better community and environmental outcomes.
Yeah, another approach, I sort of concur with the sentiment. I think another approach might be to add it in a matter of discretion. So if you really wanted to build into that setback, you could have a matter of discretion that could include, we have one there under 5, the effect on pedestrian, cyclist and vehicle safety, but you could add one there around the kind of foregoing that setback for benefits of parking, that type of thing could go in there in terms of a matter. So I think I'm not convinced we get a lot of developments that would really want to push up to the road boundary, but if they did, then maybe that could be a matter of discretion that helps get it over the line to say, well, we can't require parking, but if you're doing that, that's a matter we consider and go, well, in light of site constraints, then that might be a mitigating factor that we could consider.
Well, I'm not sure how other members of the committee feel. I personally prefer to have slightly less prescriptive setback requirements, but as a matter of discretion, I'd be satisfied if something like that were added. It's a compromise, and perhaps the development community could submit on setbacks themselves as part of the notification process, and that they might argue either these are good or that they should be changed and present sound planning reasons why that's the case. And maybe adding it as a matter of discretion would be at least a step in that direction.
Thank you, councillor. Bearing in mind that we're 6 minutes over time, and I believe that we're at the end of that chapter. Is there anyone on the subcommittee who's prepared to move the adoption of that chapter with changes as recommended and discussed? Thank you, councillor Hopkins. Do we have a seconder? Thank you, councillor Linwood. All those in favour, please say aye. Carried. We now adjourn and we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock sharp. Thank you. Yeah. Oh.
We lose some concrete and the fence things. So getting into this environment, it was the details of hill.
You turn that off.
Thank you very much. Welcome back to anyone who's watching us online, and to members of the public who've joined us again this afternoon. So just following through our agenda, members, the next piece comes up on my computer as Waitaki District Road classifications, etc., etc., etc.
Road design standards.
Yes, road design standards.
This is in appendices, Mr. Chair. Is this in appendices, Mr. Chair? APP two, road design
Yes.
standards is an appendix. Appendix?
Yes, it is.
Yes, thank
Yes,
you.
yes.
What page? It's Chair, in the end, but to actually expedite this, because it's a very brief section appendix, can officers advise that we do now have actual rule numbers rather than XXXX for vehicle access diagrams, parking space layouts, vehicle swept paths. Would seem to me that beyond that, there doesn't need to be anything amended or changed.
Yes, that's correct. There will be the rule numbers cross-referenced in there. These are kind of just a placeholder back in December.
All right, well, let's gather some pace. If there's nothing contentious, there's on that. Someone move their adoption. Thank you, Councillor Linwood. Do we have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Percival. All those in favour, please say aye. Carried. We move on to the appendix, Heritage New Zealand's Accidental Discovery Protocol. Mr. Mayor?
Chair, just a question on that last one. It said that classifications are detailed in Schedule 1, but then I don't think there is a Schedule 1. Is there detail somewhere else that we need to look for those?
Just looking that up.
Page 361 is APP 11, and then it goes to Schedule 2 as the next page.
Yeah, I think it was at the previous meeting we covered that one. That's in the previous agenda.
Right.
Yeah, just lists the roads. Yep.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, can I please have confirmation from officers that the answer to that question was where is Schedule 1? So it was in a different agenda. It's already been dealt with. We'll just need to put that on the record, please. Thank you.
They intimated in the affirmative.
Nobody said it.
there any, members, have any concerns on the Heritage New Zealand? Councillor McCain?
Yeah, so look, I see exactly what they've written here is fine, but as far as the fiscal cost to anybody, there should be a timeline of when they can and can't get it done. So it doesn't sit there for 12 months, 6 months, whatever it is that's interfering with commerce. So if they can put a timeline on themselves, that would be good.
David?
Just in response to Councillor McCone's query, we can certainly ask them for that. Whether we get it or not is another matter, but we can certainly ask for it included.
Councillor Hopkins?
Yeah, look, a very small point. Much as I love informal language, something a bit out of keeping with everything else in the plan, halfway down that page, if you discover an unrecorded, et cetera, and we might want to consider rewording it so to say, if an unrecorded archaeological site is discovered, for example, when undertaking earthworks, any work that could affect the site must stop and follow the process below. It's
Staff are nodding that they accept your proofreader's advice.
Yes, we can depersonalise that a wee bit. Yeah.
well, it's so out of keeping with everything else in the document. That's all. Mr. Chair, I'll move, I'll move the document of opinion.
Or the whole lot of them.
Of all schedules you asked to be done together.
Just consulting with the governance advisor, we might actually just move through the schedules and accept the whole lot of them in one.
Well, in that case, I just wonder whether Appendix 4 is actually needed at all, because as far as I can make out, it repeats word for word an earlier page that appears in another chapter. So I just wonder if officers can explain why it's here at all, and do we actually need it?
Hang on, Madam Governance Advisor.
That question related, you just asked about Appendix 4, we're on schedules now, we've just done the appendices. I'm just wondering, are we all on the same page? Okay, so Mr. Chair, through you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to direct it back to you to make sure that your members know exactly where we are. We're talking about Schedule 2. One comment was made on historic heritage items. The next thing is Schedule 3. So I just need to know that everybody is on the same page as you. Thank you.
Well, I was on page 350 of our agenda.
Which is what?
Appendix 4, Oamaru Historic Areas Statement of Significance.
Is this within Schedule 2? Sorry.
So there's appendices before vehicles. I mentioned Schedule 2 earlier. It's no Schedule nothing.
I think we just need to be clear on the language we're using.
Yeah.
And when we move on to an appendix, minuting this is quite challenging, because it's quite technical, and obviously, and quite taxing to record notes on this all day. So if we can just make sure when we move on that we know that we're all on appendix, that will make it a lot easier.
Okay, then I need to go back, sorry, Mr. Chair, to the resolution that you just passed. Was that only Appendix 2?
Yes. And we will now hold all and move the acceptance of everything else in one hit rather than appendix at a time. If that makes life easier.
Thank you. I'll just take a minute then to get that into the minutes.
have you got a response to that question as to where this come from? Thank you, Rachel.
So I believe in the draft, it did sit in the end of the historic heritage chapter, but we've shifted it to an appendix, in line with shifting most of what used to sit at the end of a chapter to appendices.
You satisfied with that explanation, councillor Hopkins?
Well, I guess so. It just seems to me to be entirely superfluous, but if you say it has to be there, so be it. Well, yeah, I'd need to go back. I'm absolutely positive that Appendix 4 repeats word for word statements and paragraphs and information that appear elsewhere. And because I remember questioning, for the sake of argument, in the second paragraph, the Oamaru stone buildings and structures have a remarkable coherence and range of styles, but communicate a sense of grandeur and solidity as well as exuberance, solemnity. And I said that I thought there was a bit of hyperbole there that should be actually pruned back. So I know I've expressed views on this matter before. So that was why I asked why on earth we needed as an appendix as well.
Yeah, we'll just double check, and if it's repeated elsewhere, we can cull one or the other out. So we'll need to make sure that any provisions that refer to Appendix 4 are adjusted as well.
So we move on then to, if there's no further comment on APP 4, we move on to APP 5. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, I just have a question. These assessment criteria in Appendix 5, and perhaps Max would be in a position to answer this, or David, I'm not sure. But are these criteria set out in by the Crown or in the Act? Are they able to be amended by us at all or modified?
Yeah, through the chair, these criteria have come wholesale from the National Policy Statement.
There we go, we can't change them.
As far as I'm aware, no.
So just a couple of questions to clarify. So who defines that it's an indigenous fauna species that's at risk is the first one. That's 1.2, and at the bottom there's 3 manner and form of assessment. Every assessment must include at least a map of the area. Is that map going to define GPS lines or survey lines, so there's a defining definitive line?
Yeah, thanks. Through the chair, the threat criteria, ranking criteria are reassessed. They're not regularly reassessed, but usually it's every 2 to 3 years, and there's an expert panel under DOC that does those rankings. The second question regarding maps, yeah, you'd expect the area of interest to be explicitly defined in those maps.
So we'd expect, or we're going to get, because these lines that are defined are actually very important to those that are running the land.
Yeah, it's a requirement. Sorry, I should have been clear. It's a requirement that the maps define the areas explicitly.
Max, just one supplementary question. Appendix 6. No, we can come to that in a minute. It's separate.
Any other questions in APP 5? And Councillor Percival's going to follow you, I think.
So sorry, Max, and you just said it was defined by a panel from DOC or made up by. Is there a comeback on those that own the land to challenge their decisions? Is there a system that you can actually come back and question them? And I'm thinking it could be very limited in the area it's in, but it might be prevalent in somewhere else in the country.
Yeah, thanks for that question. My understanding, and I haven't had any involvement in the assessment of threat, is that it's a combination of the data that's already been collected by DOC and expert opinion. But there is a process that those experts are required to go through, and is it kind of an agreed set of parameters that dictate whether a species is considered threatened or not. And matters like how confined or how small the population feeds into that, but it's not necessarily going to mean that the species is automatically considered threatened. So there's a whole suite of criteria that go into that calculation of how threatened something might be.
Is there a right of reply though?
It's not, well, I mean, the species has the prevalence and is threatened as it is. And if there's more data that's available that suggests it's not that threatened, then that can be fed into that conversation, but it's not. You can't negotiate how threatened a species is, no.
Councillor Percival, did you have a query?
Max, where Indigenous vegetation has increased and become prolific due to the influence of fertiliser and good farming practice, as in rotation with stock, blah, 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 and also applying to freehold land. And it's happening continually up the valley, where exotic plants, as in briar rose, broom, gorse, are then infiltrating the same areas where the Indigenous vegetation has been increased because of what I just mentioned. So there's no allowance in here for that freehold land owner to control the exotic at the risk of damaging the Indigenous, which is your big thing about having matagari and crap growing all over the place. Why haven't we got some sort of section here that allows the control, which will deplete the Indigenous, on freehold land? You know where I'm getting at, don't you? There should be some allowance here for a farmer to control to a degree.
Yeah, that's a great question, and I guess these criteria are specifically relating to those areas that are considered significant. And I would wager that most of the areas that you're talking about, where there's a combination of matagari and other things growing up, probably don't meet these criteria. Mostly because of the land environments and the ecological districts they occur in. And however, they would still meet the Indigenous vegetation definition. So they would come under that rule framework within the chapter, which does have some allowances for vegetation clearance. So I guess there's two rule sets here. We've got vegetation or habitats that meet the significance criteria, where a certain set of rules are applied. And then we've got another set of rules for less valuable Indigenous vegetation, which might not be significant, where there is a permitted clearance available and a resource consent process for additional clearance beyond that.
Am I happy with that answer? No. There is getting back to the fact that freehold land and the history of the farming of that land, traditionally, or whatever you like to say, generational. I've seen land up the valley that's changed dramatically and not for the good, because farmers, run holders are unable to do what you just said they possibly could without going through a long and lengthy, complicated consent process. I believe it's too complicated for that situation, and I don't believe I'm getting anywhere with what I'm saying, so I'll just remain quiet.
I think, Councillor Percival, that it's been explained that this is transposed off the MPS. So it's a prescriptive statement from national government, or the national government of the day. We're actually accepting the mechanics of it which I think is slightly different than the principles that you're talking about that we would choose to dispute.
That is all very correct. And when to me something's affecting us as Waitakians and living here, and we have to adhere to the protocols from the MPS, it still doesn't prevent us from pushing back. It is our country, our land, and particularly when it comes to freehold land. Okay.
Councillor McCone.
Totally agree with my learned colleague, and we won't do that further because I think the views are pretty widespread throughout here. But you know, Max, you said it changes the rules, but what is the actual cost by changing those rules? You know, if you move it out of one slot into the other, what is the cost to the landowner to actually get that through to do what he wants to do?
Well, in terms of the specifics, I mean, as with any of these kinds of developments, it would depend on the scale, you know, the location and extent probably affects the cost quite significantly. But one of the key assessment criteria that are written into these into this appendix is around the ecological districts where the values occur. And I just think it's real, and I'm not sure whether this has been well communicated previously, but the values in the high country, the Matagari that we were talking about earlier, do not have the same value and merit under these criteria as values elsewhere in the district where they've become less common. And so it entirely depends on the location and extent of the development that you're proposing. And however, I mean, if you're proposing whole-scale development within a large significant natural area, then there would be additional costs because likely there'd be some sort of, particularly if it's right on the edge of conservation land, you might expect there to be some sort of public notification process. So yes, it could be quite expensive. However, at the other end of the scale, you can have permitted vegetation clearance with no resource consent whatsoever. So it's a spectrum.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, look, I suppose the only question I would have of officers is could we delete Appendix 5 altogether? And I suspect I know the answer, which would be no, we can't, because at the moment there is an NPS on SNAs and we have to provide or make provision for giving effect to that in the plan. What we know is that the new government has signalled an intention to modify the rules and requirements relating to SNAs, but unless and until they do, the NPS is what it is. And the only thing, as I say, the only approach that hypothetically we could take is to leave it out, the appendix, I mean. But as I say, I'm 120% sure that officers are now going to say loudly and collectively, no, you can't.
Yeah, I guess that is the default, and like we had with the parking provisions in the current plan when government changed the requirements, it was an easy removal of the plan, didn't have to go through a full notification process. So if the next government decides to remove SNA criteria, that type of thing, and depending on the process, it can be taken out and easily, like we did this parking one. So we need to give effect to it, so it needs to stay. And at the moment, we do have rules around Indigenous vegetation clearance, and this just gives greater clarity in terms of how that's assessed. And areas of briar and other things, and as Max said, may not fall into that criterion, could be cleared without consents. Other areas, it's probably more critical we look after them. So it is case by case, but at least there's a clear set of rules there, how it's administered.
Right. Councillor McCone.
Yeah, look, I understand all that, and that's the way it's got to be at the moment. But the thing that still annoys me is the cost. The cost is being put back on the landowner to turn around and do something he's already done. And a lot of these cases, especially in the high country, fertiliser has been applied to 3,000 feet. And so the Indigenous stuff that's been there that is classed under the rules has actually multiplied its growth rates because it's been fertilised to actually bring in more to the economy. And I know a case in Central Otago at the minute. Some of the stuff's 7 years old, but the guy can't clear it because they say that's the argument. So who actually defines and where is the definition on what you can and can't do and who makes the rules? There's, we need to be a bit more specific if you're going to start putting those rules onto people.
Yeah, through the chair, this is where it comes back to look at the expert looking through this criteria as a lens to define where those areas are. Like I say, values that might be significant in the lowland might not be, exactly the same values, might not be significant in another part of the district because of where they're located. And so there's a spatial component to this that needs to be considered.
But who is the expert?
Well, under the plan, it's a suitably qualified person. So somebody who has experience with ecological assessments.
Well, I think that we've canvassed a fair amount of opinion on that. And unless anyone else wants to speak, we'll move on to Appendix 6.
As long as, if officers can assure us that this is capable of amendment, these principles for biodiversity offsetting, I would notice at 5, there appears to be we need to get the typeface corresponding, but I think the word displacing is not clear. And I would suggest that 5 in this one and the next one be reworded to read leakage, biodiversity offset design and implementation avoids transferring harm to other Indigenous biodiversity in the same or other location. I think displacing is actually arguably in the wrong word, and certainly it isn't as clear as, in my view, as using the word transferring. So if we can change it, I'd like to see that change made.
Max, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Hawkins. It's something that we've picked up. I think there's a missing word. I believe it should read displacing or harm to other Indigenous biodiversity.
Well, that makes less sense. At the moment, 5 and this one and the next one makes perfect sense. It says that you've got to design, you have your biodiversity offset design and implementation has to avoid displacing harm to other Indigenous biodiversity, which means shifting the problem, as I read it, put simply. And I'm saying if that is intended to be the meaning, then I suggest the word transferring makes it more clear. I'm happy to move that the word be amended, the word displacing be removed, replaced with the word transferring in Appendix 6, 5.
Thanks. So you wish to move a motion on APP 6?
Yeah. Well, I'm happy not to. I don't.
No. All I'm trying to do is get the language clear for the record. So you're moving that the word
displacing be replaced with the word transferring in Appendix 6, Part 5.
We're just conferring on the mechanics of the process. Mr. Campbell, do you want to respond, and then I'll come back to you, Councillor Hopkins?
Yeah, no, I think we've got a wording solution. So what it would read is biodiversity offset design and implementation avoids displacing or harming other Indigenous biodiversity, etc. So displacing is clearly causing it to move out, or harming is, reducing it in some other way. So it's either or.
Sorry, I don't mean to be bloody minded. That does not make sense. You cannot have a biodiversity offset design and implementation that displaces biodiversity. You can't.
Councillor Blackler.
Max, just to help see this through, could you just give us a practical example of what this might look like? Why the wording needs to be and or?
Yeah, thank you. An example of an offset might include translocation of species from one location to the other. And so I believe that 5, referring to leakage, suggests that when you are transferring those species from one place to another place, that the species that were already present there won't be harmed or displaced or moved away because of your actions.
So moving lizards from Palmerston to Oamaru can take place provided it doesn't cause all the Oamaru lizards to shoot through to somewhere else.
So in that case, the word, clearly the key word there is avoids, and then it's what effect that has on other Indigenous biodiversity already there. So it's avoiding displacing them because they might move out because there's too many, or harming them because of the disease, or they might eat each other, type of thing.
Councillor Percival.
I sometimes wonder about the surveys undertaken on either whether it be plants, pretty obvious, but on wildlife, per se, as Jim mentioned, lizards. I've always given an example, there's more lizards in my woodshed than there are on blackcap. And that pretty much sums up the population of lizards in my area in Fish Creek. So this is all very well, and I haven't got a problem with the fact that you're trying to protect this and that. But what concerns me, again, is who does the survey? How biased are they? Are they a screaming member of Fish and Bird or whatever? That it definitely can have a bias towards their own interests rather than the interests of the freehold landholder.
Can I just drag members back? We're actually examining the process here, not the morality or the outside of that. So we need to focus that, do we have the wording correct that serves the process, and we'll move on.
You know, I'd be very happy to, and I will also withdraw the resolution or the motion. I actually think I now understand why the word displacing is there. What it means is you can't have a design that pushes existing or alternate other Indigenous biodiversity out in order to put whatever you want to put in its place. So the wording change as proposed is one that I actually now understand and agree with.
All right, Councillor Backler.
Thank you. I just wanted to understand, is there any opportunity to add principles in here, or is this direct excerpt from the national policy statement? There is an opportunity.
I could be wrong on this, but I'm pretty sure these have been taken from the national policy statement as well.
The reason for my question was I was wondering if we would be able to add an additional principle in here around pest control and outcomes for biodiversity. It was mentioned elsewhere in the plan, I can't remember precisely where, but if there is a net gain through pest control practices for biodiversity outcomes, not necessarily creating a new site as such, but just giving better attention to an existing site, then surely that's worth consideration as well.
Max, if you want to respond.
Yeah, so this appendix is relating specifically to offsetting, which is a particular kind of operation that happens where an activity has been undertaken in an area that has significant values. I think what you're referring to is a concept around some biodiversity banking, which is, I guess, parallel with but separate to the concept of offsetting.
Yeah, I guess that's what I'm trying to explore. Like, would it be considered offsetting, if you paid, attention to a specific area that already had some kind of low level intrinsic biodiversity values, rather than banking as such, it's just as a result of doing X, you commit to undertaking pest control practices in area Y, which, results in, but in a way, a biodiversity offset. Or am I misunderstanding something fundamentally?
No, I think you're on the right track in that it's some mitigation of impacts in one area could look like pest control in another area to make up for those impacts. But it's a very case by case sort of conversation that needs to be had. It's not something that you can sort of make a generalization about very easily.
So do we allow for that anywhere else in the plan at this stage?
Broadly speaking, that is allowed for under this offsetting. And broadly speaking, yeah.
All right, there being nothing further, we move on to APP 7. Principles for biodiversity compensation.
Mr. Chair, beyond noting that if there is to be a very minor amendment to APP 6, the same amendment should be made to APP 7. That's with regard to the
Yes.
wording around displacement.
Yeah, agree. Under
Mr.
number
Campbell.
5 leakage, we would just change that wording to avoids displacing or harming other Indigenous biodiversity.
Yep, thank you. APP 8. Oh, sorry, John.
So just on the principles for biodiversity compensation, number 10, financial contribution, is that from the landowner as well? It's, and also who defines when that's the last port of call, because you read everything else and it says the last option. Who defines whether it's the last option? Is it a legal definition or is it made up by the department in charge?
If I can perhaps give you an example of that, I understand at Macrae's, the mining company, by way of compensating for what they're doing there, are funding restoration of an area over towards Middlemarch. And that is seen as, you can correct me, Max, but I think that's a biodiversity offset, isn't it, really?
Yes, that there is a mitigation hierarchy, and at the very top of the hierarchy is mitigation, trying to avoid impacts by locating your activity somewhere else. And then you work your way through the hierarchy through minimizing the effects right down to the very bottom, which is offsetting, and any remaining effects that can't be offset is compensated for. And so any kind of activity that is of a scale that requires this kind of process, they're usually large scale projects like Macrae's that would look into something like this.
So, but who makes the actual not financial, but the decision that must be abided by? Who calls that shot?
Well, it sort of would be worked through the consent process. So the consent decision maker would ultimately make that call, but it's up to the applicant to sort of argue, well, we've exhausted all other options. And they'd almost be in a position of saying, well, because we can't find any other options like offsetting or avoiding, we would compensate because that's the last. They've exhausted all other options because they're normally the easier ones and cheaper ones. This is kind of the default. If you can't get any of those, then your only other option is really the compensation.
So then you start a legal process and go head to head, is that what you're saying?
Not necessarily. It would normally come down to the fact that the applicant has worked through all those options, and like Max said, there's a hierarchy. So if they can't easily meet those, which are normally cheaper and more achievable, then they would have to look at saying, well, we've exhausted all that, and financial contribution is the only way we can actually deal with the effects of losing this biodiversity. Because they'll benefit from whatever land use they're going to do and removing it. And as Max said, it generally only applies to things like mines or something where they have to kind of remove everything there to access the resource. Whereas on a farming situation, people can normally replant somewhere else or do things like that. So it's pretty rare it's used, really.
All right, nothing further on that. We move on to APP 8.
Mr. Chair, I'm pretty sure that's absolutely word for word verbatim from the NPS on Indigenous biodiversity, and for that reason, I don't think it can be amended. Although I know that the current government has indicated that the National Policy Statement on Indigenous biodiversity will be significantly rewritten. It hasn't been yet, ergo this should be in, and will simply be amended and changed when the new government produces an amended NPS.
I would just note in passing, the 1A talks of suitably qualified ecologist. We're moving from science into an art when we start deciding who is suitably qualified and who isn't. It may depend as to which university they went to or which school of thought they subscribe to, but I accept it's in the we move on to APP 9. John?
Just a simple question, please explain. First time I've seen this.
This map was shown to the subcommittee when we were discussing the eco chapter. This relates to just bear with me while I find the appropriate rule. A permitted activity status in the eco chapter. Around vegetation clearance, that's right. So in essence, while I just try and find that correct chapter, the threatened environments classification was based on 2018, 2019 aerial imagery and a combination of other data sets, and it defines areas in New Zealand where there's less than 20% Indigenous vegetation cover remaining in those land environments. And so this map shows the extent in the Waitaki district where there is less than 20% vegetation cover remaining in those land environments.
Hang on, we'll use our microphones, people online, but turning it round then as a question, the area in brown then shows the landscape that has been substantially modified.
That's correct. The upshot of it's highly modification, and like what I was alluding to earlier, those are the areas where any remaining values are particularly valuable. And so consequently, there is a lower permitted vegetation clearance threshold for those areas.
Councillor Percival.
Again, just clarification. A lot of that kind of, I mean, we know all that land you're looking at, but how can it have a threatened classification when it's not there? Does that make sense? I mean, I've known that land out at the Kaiway and I've seen the improvement in the last 20 years has been incredible, but when I first knew it, it was a bloody dust bowl. So I don't understand how it's threatened.
So the threatened environment classification refers to the threat of any remaining Indigenous values within those environments. And so it relates directly back to those significance criteria that we're looking at earlier. Areas, Indigenous vegetation occurring within areas, threatened environment classification 1 or 2, score very highly on the representative criterion and are very likely to be significant natural areas. And so this is another reason why it's been highlighted as an area where lower vegetation clearance thresholds were considered appropriate.
Councillor Blackler?
Yeah, so yeah, basically it's saying that the importance of preserving what's there is higher in these areas than outside of the area where prevalence is greater. But I recall one of our, during this presentation, one of our kind of overarching queries was the way in which the assessment of sites was classified. There was some, and this has just jogged my memory. Did we end up actually solving that issue around how you come to the decision around what qualifies as an area of importance or not? Because there was some confusion as to whether it was by number of species or by count of population, but it was something along those lines. Do you recall that, Max?
I don't recall the specifics of that conversation, I'm afraid, but the delineation of those areas is it's a combination of the criteria that are set out in that Appendix 5 that we've already looked at, and there is an element of expert opinion too as to what the extent of those values might be on a given site. So based on an opinion, what the extent of a given vegetation type or habitat might be, or what the likely extent of a certain species in that environment might be. This defines the extent of the area.
So going back to what I asked earlier, and I accept that the map is identifying potential threatened biodiversity, but the exact same map could be used to highlight the area of the district that has been intentionally modified since settlement began. Councillor Percival, did you have your hand up? It's Councillor McCone and then Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, look, I actually find the wording on that offensive, especially the map, threatened environmental classification and version 2012. That's 12 years ago. And since then, this is our most intensive land, which has also got a very high price tag as far as those that own it and run it. And they, it's there. So, but what you will find in the last 10 or 12 years is there's been some huge plantings and everything else, and off their own bats of those landowners, and also the directives of Fonterra and all the others that are actually saying this, and Noy. So, do we actually need it all? I think it's misleading for what it says.
I don't think that I know the sentiment that you're sharing, but that's why I kept asking the question about it being intentionally modified environment, which is saying the same thing but coming at it from a different direction. Councillor Hopkins?
Yeah, look, I'm not sure that we can, if I understand Max correctly, the Crown has said that there is an assessment tool which it has chosen to call the threatened environment classification. And that assessment tool applies nationwide and presumably must be incorporated in district plans. And the assessment tool seeks to identify parts of the country where only 20% of the original Indigenous vegetation cover still exists. So in fact, if we look at the map, it's probably arguably in a sense misleading, because you have what you've got at the moment is very binary visual illustration, white and brown. What would probably be helpful to people who are concerned about the brown area would be to actually see within that brown area the identified remnant Indigenous vegetation cover, which I suspect would be considerably less. And all that the map is saying is whatever is there, and let's be absolutely clear, all that is brown is not covered with Indigenous vegetation, but whatever is left, the rules about chopping any of it down are a bit more strict
Yes.
than elsewhere. And I'm not entirely uncomfortable with that. And I rather think most good husbands of freehold land would feel the same as guardians. Confederated Farmers be advised that once again, councillors Hopkins and Blackburrow are in complete agreement.
Mr Campbell,
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think councillor Hopkins sort of summed it up nicely. The other thing to bear in mind is if we incorporate this map with the other overlays, including the mapped SNAs, then you will see that scatter of those smaller sites in this brown area. Outside of that, in the white, there'll be larger sites, particularly on the conservation land that are mapped and identified. So you'll get that understanding that within the brown, there will be little pockets of SNAs. And it's important to try and look after those because there's less than 20% generally.
Mr Cook,
Could I suggest that there's a paragraph put on the map that explains it a little bit better, rather than having to go to the web link?
Yes, good idea.
What was the answer to that?
You can certainly add a wee bit of a sentence there just to explain it a bit more.
can I ask then, because I'm constantly reminded of the cost and the time that this process is taking, that we use this map to positive effect. And because it's identified the area that's highly modified, we remove all overlays from it and let people get on with what they're doing. Sorry, being a bit naughty. We move on to APP, oh, sorry. No, the statement.
Thank you. Just back to my question around how these things would be classified, and I understand it's a separate issue from this map, but I just wondered if I could get a commitment from the planning team just to go back and check that we did actually address that issue way back. I'm sorry, I can't remember the date of that session we had, but it was way back at the beginning, and I don't think we actually ever. It may have been addressed, but I don't think it was kind of fed back. And I think it has the potential to cause some confusion.
That, councillor, that may have occurred in a workshop rather than in a formal meeting.
I think so, yeah.
So there'll potentially be no.
I'm not saying it wasn't a decision that we made. It was a further action to clarify what the meaning behind the criteria around identifying a site would actually look like. I'm not sure if anyone can recall, but we had quite a lengthy discussion about it, and there was it was acknowledged that there were some genuine issues.
I think the discussion was also around the fact that a lot of areas that are identified are where landowners have already commenced in years gone past remediation. And a lot of what we are saying now we must keep is actually there because of the work of the landowners and reinstating it. Was my recollection of some of that conversation, Mr Campbell.
You're just going back to Appendix 5, the criteria under 1, what qualifies as an SNA talks about the different areas in terms of what's within them. So they would have to clearly meet those and be within an area with those things in it. So it's quite clear, and this is used nationwide, so it's hasn't really caused any hiccups to date. So it's quite clear there under each 1, 2, and 3 what an area would qualify as. So it's listed there under all those 3 scenarios.
There was a specific clause written somewhere that created genuine confusion around whether it was it created genuine confusion around how the threshold test would be met. And all I'm asking is that we go and work on that offline to see if we have actually addressed that.
Yes, I think that's probably in the eco rules section, so we can just recheck that.
Right, we're going to move on to APP 11, and very quickly, I think it's very self-explanatory, the species outlined.
Mr. Chair, I will move the adoption of appendices 3 through 11 with amendments as agreed.
No, because we moved 2 originally and then we decided
Yeah.
the rest would be,
10's not there. And 5 is not there, so it's not that simple.
so well, it's the.
Yeah, this would just need to be careful.
I'm sure, councillor, you were moving the appendices that we have discussed.
I will amend my motion. All appendices other than appendix 2 be approved with amendments as agreed.
No, actually, that's incorrect as well because.
Sorry, that is
we've
not correct,
identified there's some
councillor.
missing.
There are some missing in the list there. Can we all go back to the recommendation, please? And if somebody would like to read them out as they appear there, I've got 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11. Is that correct?
Yes.
But we've done 2.
No, number 5 was there as well.
5.
4, 5.
Is not listed on mine. So what's happened to that? Okay. Was 2 done earlier?
Yes.
Well.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 11.
We approve amendments as agreed.
And that's seconded by councillor Blackler. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Carried. Sorry. All right, I'll just, all those in favour, please say aye. Those against? Councillor Percival, I declare the motion carried. So we're now moving into schedules. And starting with schedule 2 and starting with councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, look, I have one generic question and then a specific one. The generic is critical in my view. Is this what is currently listed or what is proposed to be listed? And in either case, does every listing have the owner's consent?
Through the chair, this is what is proposed to be listed in the proposed district plan. And as per our motion, I think that dates from 2019 where landowners have a category B heritage item and they have indicated their opposition, they have not been included in the schedule.
So that's a slightly confusing answer. What you've said is with regard to category B, anyone who said they don't want to be listed hasn't been, but some of these will be category A. So I repeat the question. If this is what is proposed to go into the proposed plan, do all of these listings have the written consent of their owners for inclusion?
So just reinforcing what Rachel was saying, the committee gave sort of guidance that where a category B item didn't have landowner agreement, then we wouldn't list it. But category A is a higher rating, so didn't necessarily require that same threshold. So through this submission process, they can submit to have them removed if they don't agree. A lot of them are rollovers from the current plan as well, so that picks up a fair chunk, but there obviously have been additions to that since 2010.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, okay, in that case, I foreshadow an intention to move in a moment a general resolution or recommendation But I just want to come very particularly to the item, heritage listing 312 on page 458. The Clare Street Pensioner Housing Complex, which is a former housing complex, built in 1904, apparently designed by Miller, White and Dunn as an Eden architectural firm, completed in 65. Now, I know you're saying that it's an important historical theme of state-provided social housing throughout New Zealand. In fact, it wasn't state, it was local government, but arguably it might be part of the state. But I'm really questioning whether, now that it's no longer a pensioner housing complex, and given the fact that it was actually done in 1965, is it really, does it really warrant inclusion in the plan?
Page 458. Page 458.
Through the chair, so we have had that item assessed by a heritage consultant, and they recommended that their decision was that it did meet the threshold to be a category B item. And we haven't had opposition from the landowner from that item, so it is in the schedule.
Listing 312. Yes.
With your permission, then I won't relitigate that matter. I did foreshadow an intention to move, and I will move based on the information given by officers. I'll move as follows. The District Plan Review Subcommittee recommends that council removes any property currently listed in Schedule 2 for which the property owner's consent has not been given for inclusion, and that any such property will be subject to submission from the owner and other parties in the notification process prior to inclusion in the schedule.
Can I have that email to me, please, councillor?
Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, can I just ask that Councillor Hopkins reads that again?
Yes.
It's quite.
Given that we have been told that some listings here may not have owner approval, because we haven't been told anything about it, I am moving that the DPR subcommittee recommends that council remove, sorry, turn the microphone on, that I'm recommending that the DPR subcommittee recommends that council removes any property currently listed in Schedule 2 for which the property owner's consent has not been given for inclusion, and that any such property will be subject to submission from the owner and other parties in the notification process prior to inclusion in the schedule.
Do
I have a second, or I'll speak to it.
Well, just let me ask for one, thank you. Do we have a member of the subcommittee that's prepared to second that motion? All right, Councillor Percival, we have a seconder. The motion is live. You want to speak to it?
Yes, look, very briefly, this is a bit about, this to some extent is an urban version of some of the arguments we're having in rural areas about people having things imposed upon them without their permission or approval or endorsement. And there is debate about whether it is beneficial for a property owner to have a building included in the schedule. There are some benefits, arguably, in some instances, and it has proved at times in particular cases in the past to be problematic, and has seen people actually receiving additional requirements and obligations imposed by Heritage New Zealand or other parties. All I'm saying in this regard, in the same way that rural councillors are arguing to let owners of property in the country determine or have a greater say in the adjudication of and the classification of their own property, I'm essentially asserting a similar kind of argument on behalf of property owners and property rights with regard to heritage items in an urban setting. And that's what, all I've said is, if there's any properties in here that haven't had the owner's consent to be included, they get taken out and the owners can ask us to put them back in, and other people can as well, and we can consider those arguments too in the submission process.
Councillor McCann.
I totally back councillor Hopkins and that. As a previous owner of one of these buildings, I think it was my right as an owner to do what I wanted to do with it, but because you're already governed by the terms. So if I want on the register, it is my right to have it. If I don't, then that's also my right. And I think you're starting to impinge on people's property rights if you don't have their permission.
I'm sympathetic to the intent behind what's proposed, but yeah, I feel like as we're only at, moving into the proposed stage of the plan, that I'd be looking. Yeah, I'd prefer if the resolution indicated it was okay to be listed at this point, but that by the end of the district plan process, we would need to achieve consent from the property owners. I'm not sure if you would be agreeable to a slight amendment in that space, councillor Hopkins, but
May I speak, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'd prefer to have the motion as it is debated and voted on. I understand what Councillor Blackler is proposing, and it makes sense. It just seems to me to be a slightly more complicated process, and I think what I'm suggesting at this stage is a better beginning position than the one that Councillor Blackler advocates. However, if the motion is voted down, I would definitely support a resolution along the lines that he has articulated.
I think I'll just remind everyone that this will be a recommendation of ours to the whole of council. So this is not a fait accompli. Just the process still has to be gone through. Right, Mr. Campbell, and then I'll come to Councillor McCone and Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess we've got to be a wee bit careful in terms of how we treat these things that are under Section 6 of the RMA. So we have said we have identified and classified ONLs with or without landowner permission. This is much the same, identified heritage, particularly the category A's, with or without landowner permission. Council gave a steer around the category B's because they're a bit of a lesser in the hierarchy, but as Rachel said, they didn't have any opposition to those category B's. So we've got to be reasonably consistent across those Section 6 matters of the RMA, whether it's urban or rural, and be just mindful that people can still submit to say, I don't want it included for these reasons. And obviously a category A is going to have need a fairly good argument to say it's not of heritage significance, as opposed to a category B, which those listed don't have opposition to at this stage. So the submission process will allow that to go out. It's a lot harder to put them in if people don't know that they can submit to include it, because they might just think, oh, it's an old building, and whereas if it's in there, it's a lot easier to take it out and probably put it in. And it's also a lot of work to go back and rehash all this now. If we had to go through and, particularly on the category A's, determine if they had permission or not.
Thank you. Councillor McCone.
I totally understand both sides of that argument, but in the beginning, it's owned by a private individual, and we're the ones making the problem for them. They don't necessarily have all the time, and if it slips through, they've still got that hanging around their neck, even if they miss that process. So I think the biggest problem with a lot of the stuff that we've seen before us is actually lack of consultation, and perhaps this is one way to start talking to the people that actually pay the rates.
Mr. Cook. No. All right. Councillor Blackler.
I'm conscious of the ONL parallel as well. but Mr. Campbell, you mentioned that there was no opposition or something to that effect to the category B. What certainty do we have around the relevant property owners all being aware of their property being listed?
Through the chair, so all heritage items that have been nominated over the past 4 to 5 years, landowners have been written to, in some cases more than once. So unless there's been a change of ownership in the intermediate time, then landowners have been consulted.
All right, well, we have a motion on the floor, moved by councillor Hopkins, seconded by councillor Percival. The members of the subcommittee in favour of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? So on that basis, it's a 3-2 in favour of the motion. Yes, I voted against. So, no. David?
So just as a result of that outcome, how does the committee want to move forward with this, I guess, redirection of schedule? And reporting back on that list?
I know that's a massive workload. Do you have any ballpark figures of, you know, is it 50% of owners who haven't agreed, or are we saying they haven't agreed because they haven't responded as against they haven't been notified?
Let's go council.
The latter. They haven't responded. They have all been written to, but some did not respond.
Thank you. So that, again, that recommendation is from the DPR committee to council. And I would challenge members to seriously consider their position if the landowners have been notified and chosen not to respond is slightly different than not having been spoken to at all or haven't given permission.
Well, I guess what I'm clarifying is that the motion requires specific consent be given, which is quite different to being notified and not responding. So we could spend weeks and months chasing up people to give consent. So we need a timeline of how long do you want us to chase that to get consent? If they don't give consent, does that mean implied agreement? It opens up quite a lot of uncertainty around what this means for the schedule, how we implement it at all. That will need to be sorted before it goes to council as well.
Mr. Cook?
We can't even start the work until it's been approved by council.
Correct. Councillor Hopkins?
Mr. Chair, coming to the chase, as far as I'm concerned, I would be perfectly happy if the planning department simply took out those properties that they haven't, whose owners have not replied. And what we're saying is, if they want them in, they can ask us to put them in. If other people want to put them in, they can submit. And if silence in that instance occurs during the notification process, well, you know, so be it on the owners. That sits with, and the consequences would sit with the owner. I'm not precluding their inclusion. Simply saying that we don't know now that they want it in, take it out. And in my view, I don't want you to spend hours and hours combing through. But if you know who hasn't written back and said yes, take those ones off the list. End of story.
Yes, but we must go back and understand the process that staff can't do anything until council have approved this. So. Let's go.
And the list was prepared under a previous resolution of council, so that's how we've got to where we are. Back in 2019, I think Rachel referred to it. So we have to undo that resolution. We have to get this resolution through council before we can take them out.
Sorry, look, officers are just, I'm getting a wee bit annoyed here.
All right, well, just breathe through your nose.
Let's be
Yeah,
clear.
yeah.
The resolution that was passed way back in the day was a convoluted one about Schedule A properties. And what was agreed with some reluctance at the time was that if an identified and authenticated heritage expert said that a particular Category A listed building was of exceptional value, then it could be included even if the owners did not approve. That's not, we're not told here whether all of the Heritage A buildings subscribe to that definition. And, you know, rural councillors have said, just because somebody didn't reply to an invitation to come onto their property and have an SNA looked at, doesn't mean we have to actually ram an SNA down their throat. I'm simply saying the same thing should apply to people with heritage buildings.
Yes, no, I totally understand that. We need to understand that we're leaving staff in limbo because we're asking staff to do something, but they can't do it until the direction of council.
Well, that applies to every recommendation we've moved today.
Previously.
Mr. Campbell?
So just clarifying, if the heritage item is already in the operative plan, do you want those excluded from that process? Because they're already in the plan, so it would be undoing what's already in the current plan.
Well, I would assume that if it was in the operative plan and somebody said, you know, we would know by now, given the length of time the operative plan has been in place. If somebody was unhappy, I'm sure we'd have heard from them by now. So that might be a very easy way of actually reducing your workload by just saying, if it's in the operative plan, it can stay.
You would have to move an amendment to your motion to that effect.
Yeah. So
Yeah. All right, so we need to
move.
move a second motion.
I would move that any item included in Schedule 2 that has been carried over from the operative district plan remain as part of Schedule 2.
Seconded by councillor Blackler. All those in favour? Against? Carried.
These recommendations through to council. I just need you to know that. Because at the moment they are not on the schedule.
Nice. So we move to Schedule 5. Councillor Hopkins?
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Chair. Look, I guess I have the same question.
489.
This is schedule. Are we doing Schedule 3? Schedule of character contributing buildings and non-contributing buildings?
Sorry if I skipped one, have I?
I think you have, page 470. I'm really.
My apologies,
Yeah.
yes.
Can officers, look, again, what actual implications are there for property owners in this, with this incorporation? I know there's this whole argument about streetscape, and I know that we have extended the heritage area north along Thames Street, and I know we have included contributing buildings in assessments. But what are the implications? And again, in this regard, have these property owners been consulted in respect of their inclusion in Schedule 3?
Through the chair, so the implications for property owners, they already have a consent burden under the operative district plan, and that is whether they are contributing or non-contributing. So this actually narrows the focus of that consent burden, and they have all been consulted in past years.
And just supplementary to that through you, Mr. Chair, if I may, what has been the general response?
By and large, it has been quite supportive, and that was backed up by the feedback on the draft plan.
All right, do we have someone prepared to move the acceptance of that schedule?
Sorry, I do have one other, this won't go in the schedule of category A and B buildings. It won't be incorporated in the schedule that attaches to the plan.
That's a separate schedule to the A and Bs. Yeah.
All right, so we have it moved. I'll come to you, but councillor Blackler has moved the acceptance. Do we have someone to second that of the schedule that we've just worked through?
Schedule 3.
Yes.
I'll second.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry, my apologies. Do you want to speak to that, councillor McCann?
I just clarifying, what does it mean? Actually, character contributing buildings? What, I don't understand.
So they are buildings that are in the Oamaru Historic Area, which is already something in the operative district plan. It starts along Thames Street south of Cricket Street, and the controls are focused on the exterior fronting the street, so there are no interior building controls, so they're a lesser category. So if there's a hierarchy with starting with category A's, category B's, and then character contributing buildings. So they have less controls than the heritage buildings, but they contribute to the historic values of the area as a whole.
All right, so councillor Purcell, I'm going to put the motion. So it's been moved, councillor Blackler, seconded councillor Hopkins, that we accept the schedule 3. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. And we move on to schedule 5, which is the SASM sites and areas of significance to Mary. Mr. Campbell, have you got something to say? Could you say something? The mayor doesn't want to be on camera with his walking past with his cup of coffee. I'm sure that's quite acceptable.
Where you go to?
Just while you're waiting, this is the schedule of sites identified by Ngāi Tahu, so they're listed there as well as mapped and also subject to the amended maps put through. So it's really a descriptive list and the values associated with it, which come up in an earlier question around the values. So it's therefore information to help people understand what the importance of them is.
Through you, Mr. Chair, so you've explained that this has been identified by the consultancy group, but is it defined as opposed to not defined? You know, you're talking huge areas of land here that, and it goes back to what we were talking about earlier on today. Is the specifics? So they mentioned, what plays mine, the upper Ohau floodplain. That's huge. But have they identified parts of it, or is it across the whole thing? So, you're actually, again, putting financial restrictions on some of those people that actually operate that land. And while we respect the heritage, I think it's got to be far more defined and so broad.
Yeah, my understanding is they've defined it as best they could. Some areas were quite specific, like the rock art sites, that type of thing, whereas others were more wider, rivers, lakes, that type of thing, where there was more resource, more activity in that area. So it's a bigger area as a result of that. So that's why those ones are bigger as opposed to smaller rock art type sites or burial sites, for instance.
Sorry. Are you wanting to? No, I was, just cross-checking the list as, so that I understood it. Has anyone got questions to raise?
Just for clarity, that the sites listed here, are they informing the overlays, or these sit within the overlays, which would envelope as a kind of buffer around these specific locations within?
Thank you, councillor Blackcliff. So these sites relate to the mapped sites. So this is the description behind what's mapped on the ground. So in some cases they might include a bit of a buffer because they haven't gone into that sort of real granular detail, but they've tried to keep it as tight as possible and around the particular site, but they're not all sort of mapped down to the last millimetre, but they are around that feature or what happened in that area. So each mapped area could take you back to this table to see what values were in that particular site.
So just supplementary to that these sites are a separate key on the map 2 key, as opposed to the like you've got the sites and areas of significance to Māori, but is it one of the other keys, or it's that specific one?
Yes, it's that one, and then if you click on the map, it'll take you to the number, and that will then cross-reference
And the schedule.
Yep.
Yep. Thank you.
Councillor Hopkins?
Yeah, just for clarification, I took this schedule to mean that there were no rules, requirements, obligations, provisions built into it. This is an explanatory schedule that says, here is why this particular location is included in the sites and areas of significance for Māori. In the same way that, you know, people in the UK might say the site of Battle of Hastings is something, you know, has a heritage value. So these are the explanations given to justify why those things are included. The fundamental issue will be what the impact of the map and the rules within it, or any provisions, and that's something that we discussed, I think, to some benefit and clarification this morning. But this is simply explanatory and to help a wider understanding of why these things are part of the plan rather than imposing any rules of their own. Am I right in that assumption?
Yes, that's correct. The rules we talked about in the SASM chapter earlier this morning, and these simply give some guidance as to what those values are in particular for specific sites as mapped.
Councillor McGowan?
Sorry, I just, the specifics, I'm still not happy, and I bring to attention SNA 9 and 10, which is the Fuchsia Creek North Taylor property, which it says it's currently planted out in primary pine plantation. So what implication does that have? Because it says the vegetation description is indigenous broadleaf Kanuka forest. Well, pine and Kanuka, there is a difference, and I'm not being sarcastic with this. But so if that's targeted as significant to Maori, what implication does that have when he goes to mill that forest? And secondly, then what happens to it after that it's milled?
I think you've got to go back that under the Act, existing rights, there's nothing being imposed that is going to negate the existing rights of the landowner.
If he goes to sell?
Or subsequent owner.
Katrina?
Oh, sorry, through the chair, just to clarify that, I think the information that Councillor McCone is referring to is actually cited in another, from another schedule, not from the sites and areas of significance to Māori schedule.
Page 505.
No.
Yeah, I think that's
You're ahead of us. We've known that for years, but
he's been ahead of us forever,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Sorry, my apologies.
Yeah.
They've got 10 years before we can.
Comes under SNAs.
Mhm.
Which again is about as.
So again, thank you. It's been moved, councillor Blackler. I'm happy to second from the chair that we accept the schedule. Yes, I'm just. Five. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried.
Mr. Chair, could I just make some comments on this one? Because obviously there's been a lot of angst and quite understandably, there's been a lot of questions around sites of significance to Māori, and there's challenges about understanding what the implications are. But I do want to make a comment that there's been a lot of misinformation that's been spread around. Talk about Ngāi Tahu Corporation making decisions on land and various things like that. And it's just not helpful when there's mistruths being spread. We had a number of public sessions where members of the community could come along, and a good number took advantage of that. And it was great to see those people there. Pretty much at all of those, we did have a former councillor at those sessions, pretty much asking the same questions every time and getting the same answers, and still putting out misinformation around what the process was, not even acknowledging that there was a formal submission process that will happen after this. And I really think it's caused a lot more anxiety in the community than it would have otherwise done, because I think we would have more calmly worked through and got to a position where we think it's going to be workable for our property owners around the district, and also be acceptable to our local rūnanga, which is where the real power sits, not with corporate Ngāi Tahu. I was really pleased that Justin Tepa and David Higgins fronted up at those meetings and gave some very good, solid messaging around actually how permissive they have been in the past, and to judge them by what they have actually done, not by what others might say that they will do. And I think it just needs to be said that spreading false information, which it has been, has not helped the process. And I do thank those who have engaged through the process, who have turned up to those meetings, who have sent emails of concern and so forth, because at least then we can engage with them. But it's important to know, I think I had a discussion with Justin Tepa last week at the Waitangi Day commemoration down in Bluff, and I believe they are upset with the angst that's being caused out there, and when they've actually tried to do their best to alleviate that to whatever degree they can. They obviously have Ōkaha, which is their southern organisation, which looks after resource consents and so on, that's been involved in this. And I think there's possibly a difference of opinion between the rūnanga and Ōkaha at certain points, but I think they work on that and they get to a point where they feel it's manageable. So anyway, that's all I wanted to say, was that we want to work in good faith with the property owners and with the rūnanga, and that relationship, those relationships are very important to us, regardless of which party it is. And the talk of co-governance and so on, well, if it's going to be described as co-governance, then we have Heritage New Zealand as co-governors in this process as well, and that should be called out for what it is. This is not co-governance. That we don't have Ngāi Tahu sitting at this table. We don't have them sitting around the council table making those decisions. Generally speaking, we don't have them on hearings panels making decisions. So, co-governance is quite a long stretch when the input that they've got is relatively minor. But anyway, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much for your patience and allowing me to just express that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Anyone have any specific comments on this schedule? Yeah, sorry. Sorry?
So we now talk about SNA, see?
Well, we will be once you move it on. Chair. The mayor,
So-
the mayor was talking about 5, so
Yeah.
she's gonna move it on first.
Well, I'm moving it on as fast as my finger will work because there's umpteen thousand pages in here and I had 501. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thank you. Look, we could probably spend the rest of the day and some of tomorrow going through these. And I don't want to do that, but I do have some particular questions. Again, there's a general question about owner's consent. But then if I look at particular, and I could ask, and I've asked that lots of times, I've made that note lots of times, particularly where we identify large areas. But looking at the justifications in some instances, I wonder if David or Max or one of the planners could explain to me, for instance, on page 506, where you have SNA 12, the plant community at this site is moderately representative of the likely original vegetation in this part of the ecological district, though was modified by the presence and in places dominance of exotic grasses and herbs. Now, I read that to say here's a perfect reason for it not being an SNA. So can somebody explain to me how it comes to be an SNA? On the next page, 507, there's a reference to the lower pebble block on Riverview Downs. And it does say that it is now one of the largest remaining undeveloped areas of floodplain vegetation in this part of the Waitaki Basin. And I'm just wondering if officers can shed any light on its ownership. And if I may just ask one more question now, going to page 514 and 15, I think, 515, again, if officers could tell me how SNA 27 gets in. This is a significant natural area, and the justification is this artificial lake is a large and important area of habitat for indigenous water birds and supports at least one threatened bird species. How can an artificial lake be a significant natural area? This seems to me to be an absolute non sequitur. So those are 3 questions that I wouldn't mind having answers to.
Sorry, just before you respond, Mr. Campbell, were you going to, if you want to join the queue, or did you have something specific to what Councillor Hopkins was saying, Councillor Percival?
Pretty much on the same line.
Okay.
Pretty much on the same line, but a different angle on different property per se.
Oh, right. All right. Well, I'll come back to you once we've dealt with Councillor Hopkins' list.
Yeah, thank you, councillors. The first aspect is around landowner agreements. All of these sites were done with landowner agreement, and they've all been sent the reports over the years, which are a lot more detailed than the table summarises. You might recall when we talked about the NPS Indigenous biodiversity, that will require a full assessment with regional council's assistance, if they can provide it, of all other remaining SNAs with or without landowner agreement. So that's under the NPS IB. Obviously, this is the first cut. We've got a good number done over the years, and continue to sort of tick away at them with landowner permission and approval. So that's that kind of starting point for this list. Obviously, the NPS IB has changed the landscape in terms of how we go about assessing them moving forward. And I'll hand over to Max around the significance criteria and justification, because again, these would have to all have been done under criteria, but Max can elaborate on that further.
Thank you, David. So I'll just do my best to run through those questions that Councillor Hopkin asked, starting with SNA 11, Table Hill. So while I agree from a lay perspective, the justification doesn't look particularly like a particularly valuable site. However, the site at that point was assessed against the regional policy statement criteria, and the values that are at site that contains multiple threatened species. It's a very large site, and again, it's because of the relative amount of development elsewhere in that same ecological district that the values that are still there, despite their modification, still meet the criteria. So it's a combination of providing habitat for threatened species, the size of the site, and the relative disturbance elsewhere in the district.
Mr. Crowe, can I just pull you up?
Yeah.
On you actually made a statement there and started it confusing from a lay perspective. Can I remind you that the people around this table, some of them have spent a lifetime in these environments, and I know it wasn't intentional, but it's on the record of the inference is, well, if someone's got some qualifications in here, it's placed above that hands-on experience. So I'm not criticising you, I'm just asking you to be aware or maybe choose your words a wee bit so that we don't get a backlash down the track.
Okay, thank you for that feedback. I've lost my next point, please.
Sorry.
Councillor Hopkins. Artificial lake, yeah, and again, it's, yes, I agree. It is it's a man-made structure. However, that doesn't prevent it from being providing habitat for threatened species. There are exotic forests in South Canterbury that support nationally critical populations of short-tailed bat. That's a man-made environment. We have a Sumpter Wharf in the harbour that provides habitat for the largest population of a threatened species of shag. That's a man-made habitat. In the same way, a artificial lake or a pond can provide habitat for at-risk species, and as such meets the criteria under the MPSIB. And the final site, sorry, was 2024. Pebbly Block, yeah, so it is under new ownership, and the new owner is aware of the values there. Was there any other questions about that Pebbly Block site?
No, I do have a couple more about some others later on.
Yeah, I'll come back to you
Yeah, that's fine.
after we've dealt with Councillor Percival.
Yeah, I'll just, regarding that, Taylor property on page 505, it's happened to be my neighbour, and I've known that lander for 25 years, and seen it being planted totally in forest view. The blocks of approximately 380 hectares, and 340 of that's been planted in pine trees. The description of your indigenous vegetation is contained within some really steep, deep gullies, being the Fuchsia Gorge and another gorge over in Stony Creek. So I know this country by walking over it every inch of the country. Now, when you start stating that it lies within a chronically threatened land environment, I don't know quite what that means, and supports at-risk plant species. Well, the plants are at risk from what? What's going to happen on there? I mean, if it burns, we're buggered, aren't we? We've got 340 hectares of pine gone. So the only thing that's messing it up to me is the influence of gorse and broom throughout that area to smother plants. So your precious little 2 centimetre roses or whatever. I just, what this means to me, seriously, and I, you know, we've done a lot of work on this, and I appreciate the work that's gone into this. In fact, it would be interesting to know who's done these significant justifications. It would be interesting to know who's done them and when they were done. But to me, and it's really serious to me, is that this whole thing has lost credibility to me, because I know that country very well. I don't understand, and the credibility of the description of significant justification to me now applies to every one of these groups in this whole document. Therefore, my confidence has been shattered with this, regardless of all your biodiversity stuff, you know, your little, I mean, who doesn't love the short-tailed bat? But I mean, there's so much.
Councillor,
Yes.
can I just rein you in? You're expressing an opinion and giving us a lecture. Is there a specific question?
Lovely time, Jim.
All right, thank you. Max.
Thank you, through the chair. I think there possibly has been some misinterpretation here around the definitions. For example, a chronically threatened land environment, if I can refer you back to the map we looked at earlier today, those a land environment 1 or 2. So a land environment 1 is considered a chronically threatened land environment. That is a land environment with less than 10% indigenous vegetation remaining. A land environment 2 is an acutely threatened land environment. We don't use chronically threatened and acutely threatened anymore in preference of level 1 and level 2 land environment. So when we're talking about a chronically threatened land environment, we're talking about land environments that have collectively, for that kind of land environment, less than 10% indigenous cover remaining, making any remaining vegetation within those areas more valuable. The at-risk species that are present in that environment are plant species. From memory, I think they are threatened shrub species, and the main threats to them are loss through invasive ungulates, probably deer, I imagine, or probably deer and livestock, probably the main threats to those threatened plant species.
Yeah, I just want to address in particular the Table Hill one on page, whatever that is, 506. I believe it's the site that a number of us have been and seen. It talks about the plant community at site being moderately representative. My concern is that we find any small amount of something and then we put that blanket across the whole property or across the that part of a property without divining a bit better where it is, but also without actually appreciating that, what's the context of that? Are those same plants, thriving in a community nearby, and actually, that hasn't been heavily modified like a lot of the top of Table Hill, and rather than trying to lock up every bit of it, actually being a bit more pragmatic about what can be farmed and let them get on with it without needing resource consent to do the stuff, as opposed to other areas where absolutely there's a good ecosystem somewhere else that actually these plants aren't perhaps struggling to survive in. So just ask that one, and on the back of the fact that most of these farms have been through, those high country farms have been through 10-year review, and the Crown has already decided what bits were important nationally. And if we keep going down they've done the national important bit, the regional council's done the regional important bit, we've got to do the locally important bit. We end up putting just so much process and onto some of these properties that it's just not fair, when actually when they went through 10-year review and when we went through the original landscape plan and so forth, that we recognised that they needed to intensify the areas that they had left because they'd had, in some cases, half or 2/3 of their property gone. So I want to make sure that we get the balance right on this, that we don't just lock it up just because it's on there, that actually we take a considered view about where else might it be. I mean, if it's the only example of it, then yep, there's a justification for it. Just ask that question. What's the context?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair. So the context for these assessments is within the ecological district or the region in which they're being assessed. So all of these assessments refers back to, at the time, the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement, or more recently, the National Policy Statement on Indigenous Biodiversity. So when you're considering a site and whether or not it supports an area of habitat that meets the criteria, you're considering it against other values that occur within the ecological district or within the region. And on to where the significance justifications have come from. So these are entirely my bite-sized extracts that I've taken from each of the reports. So each of these sites they've had a multiple page report done on them. They're quite technical reports, and this is my attempt to try and just condense the essence of why these areas have been identified into a couple of sentences. And so I'd really encourage anyone who wants to know a bit more about these sites and understand why they've been classified as such. There are significant reports that sit behind these statements. They're not just something that I pulled out of my head.
Supplementary, Mr. Chair.
Certainly.
So is this the only example of this community of plants in the district, or are there much better examples elsewhere?
So can you remind me, we're talking about Table Hill? Table Hill probably has one of the largest unmodified glacial glacially deposited landforms left behind. So I mean, I in this case I've deferred to, I didn't do the assessment, so this is an assessment that's been carried out by somebody else and peer reviewed, and it's there. They maintain that it meets the significance criteria on the basis of the size and because it supports these threatened species. The National Policy Statement has specific provisions around uncultivated depositional landforms, which Table Hill would also meet. So they have been specifically defined within the National Policy Statement as being areas that have potential to have significant values.
You talked about the glacial moraine country, and then we've identified species that are growing there. Are we confusing the two, or are the two complementary, or is one being used to justify the position of the other? No, I don't expect a response. I'm just a comment and pass. You're welcome to respond if you want to. If not, we'll go to Councillor Blackman.
I actually I have a minor suggestion to make, but just to continue on from the depositional landform, that forms part of my earlier concern that I was expressing around the definition of cultivation, which we've ascertained comes from the National Planning Standards. But as far as the National Policy Statement goes, those kind of areas or terrain that haven't been physically cultivated will be exposed to significant pressures around their ability to maintain their status of improved pasture through various other land use practices. Is my assessment of that correct, Max?
I think I understand what you're saying, and that would be correct. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you. As far as a practical suggestion goes, I'm just wondering if in Schedule 6, and probably actually in retrospect, the same would apply for sites in areas of significance to Māori. I'm just wondering if we could, in these tables, we could actually put specific references to the relevant map. Just so that people can, if they're reading the table, they easily know where to look. Or maybe on the online version you can click and it goes there anyway. But actually, Mr. Campbell, you actually said that before on the area. Yeah. So the same would apply for the SNAs. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Blackler. We've got 3 minutes left. Councillor Hopkins, you opened the debate today. You can close it.
Thank you. Look, I'm going to be a bit radical here and foreshadow that I intend to move shortly that SNA 12 will be removed from the schedule. But before I do that, I'd like to look at page 641. And I have a question relating specifically to that, to SNA 282. And then I have a general question about Stoneburn Station and Baghdad Station. But the question that I have with regard to SNA 282, Puketapu Treeland, This site is located on the southern slopes of Puketapu. The site is recreation reserve under a grazing lease. And my question is, how on earth can it be a significant natural area with, because it did have previous Indigenous forest cover that's been severely reduced? Well, that's a very sad thing, but doesn't that mean, and given that there's no, it also now is a grazing lease, doesn't that mean it cannot, by any stretch of the imagination, any longer be an SNA?
Can I perhaps give you a little information, councillor Hopkins? I think it is a 60 hectare area, a very extensive COFI area. And council are currently negotiating with the leasee to remove part of it to start rehabbing the area.
Well, very quickly then, if I may, thank you, that's clarified that and it can stay in. Pages 626 to 637 and 661 to 645 all identify significant natural areas within the Stoneburn station boundary. And pages 653 to 661 that's 8 pages. So 14 pages for Stoneburn, 8 pages for Baghdad. Now, what is the reaction of those property owners to what appears to be a huge number of SNAs in those two individual properties?
Through the chair, so you'll note there was two surveys, there's 2 lots of surveys done on Stoneburn Station, to start with that. One lot that was done in 2018, and that is scheduled earlier in this schedule. And then a second survey that was done in the middle of last year that comprises sort of the southern half of Stoneburn Station. I did meet with the landowner last week. From the landowner's perspective, he told me he was happy with all of them, bar one. The Baghdad Road survey was taken expressly at the request of the landowner, as they were seeking consent to do some afforestation. So they're also happy with those SNAs.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the clarity of those answers. With your permission, I would like to move that SNA 12 be removed from the schedule.
What page is that on? Page 506. Well, we can't because we've hit 3 o'clock, so I would suggest that because we're reconvening next Monday, that we'll restart with that motion.
Thank you.
You want to close with anything, David?
Just quickly on that one, I guess we would need some sort of ecological type reasons why it would be removed. So we'd need that to justify.
Obviously, I'd have provided those when I spoke so eloquently to the motion when it was seconded.
All right, no further discussions today. I will adjourn the meeting until next Monday, when we will recommence on page 506. So if inmates would please take note that that's the cell we're starting at. We'll continue discussions next week.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'll just note that I'm an apology for that part of the meeting, so I won't be here.
And for those of you who have endured it and joined us online today, and those members of the public gallery, we thank you for your interest. We're ensuring to try and make sure that this process is as transparent and understandable as possible. And we do thank you for your interest. Good